Give it to her? Thank you.
That's helpful.
Yeah, same. Yes.
Oh, look, I'm on Facebook. She's got to get off.
December. We're gonna.
Oh.
Yeah, she couldn't make it, so we'll wait.
Okay, she's probably in
right.
NHS.
Good evening, and good evening, residents of Litchfield, and welcome to the November 14th, 2018 school board meeting. I'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Keep looking over. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's on the right side now.
Do we have any revisions to the agenda?
We do not.
Oh, let's see.
Actually, we do. That she's not going
Oh, and so the revision is we're gonna skip the presentation.
Okay.
Because the parent could not make it tonight, so we're gonna push that off until December.
over
so-
the auditorium.
Yeah.
Yep. That's our
What's happening tonight? NHS induction.
Summary of non-public actions, so I don't have an attachment. Hold on. Were there none?
They're not on there? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's here though,
My
Brent.
bad.
Thank you. Mr. Myers made a motion to approve the non-public minutes of October 10th, 2018. Mrs. McDonald second, motion carried 400. We'll skip over presentations. That brings us to correspondence.
Yeah, some. Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
That's okay, we can wait.
I know that we had several letters of support for naming the auditorium in honor of Phil Martin, outlining his dedication to the district and years of service and how we benefited from having him here from the beginning. I think that was it.
That brings us to super.
I got none.
Okay, I got one 3 times. Sorry.
Sorry. That brings us to superintendent comments.
So the first thing I wanted to start with is our enrollment projections. So I had shared with the board after we received our consultant looking at the projections that we have had in the past and some recommendations from the consultant relative to how they suggest that we move forward with our projections. So I think you have, I want to make sure because I'm on the Google Doc side of it. And so if you click on the one that says October of 2018, it launches the Sugar Maple Consulting summary. And so I just want to walk the board through that a little bit. Basically, I thought it was important that we get sort of independent third-party eyes on what we are projecting for numbers because we're going to rely on these. And if we look at the numbers that we had used this past year, they weren't the best predictor in a few key areas, mainly the kindergarten enrollment and the first grade enrollment numbers. So wanted to get a sense of, what are we doing right, and is there some opportunity for us to tighten this up a little bit? And so we met with a consultant, we reviewed all of the numbers, we shared everything that we have had in the past with the consultant, and then we asked the consultant to review our numbers and to make some recommendations. And so basically, based on that, our consultant did recommend that we start by switching the projection methodology a little bit. They found that the birth rate figure that's been used, which is really 6-year-old data, so you're looking at 6-year-old data and you're sort of projecting it from, it doesn't take into account move-ins, move-outs, and exactly how that all sort of factors in, so that it's not the most reliable indicator for us. And I think that's partly what led to the problem we had with kindergarten number increasing on us way beyond what the projection was, and also the first grade number. We also introduced a new unknown, which is full-day kindergarten. So there's kind of a shakeup that's happening with that key predictor. And so the point was that the consultant felt that we should really shift to using our kindergarten numbers as the driver, who's actually showing up, work on getting a 3-year average in that as we move forward, and then can use that to predict future kindergarten enrollments. So the suggestion is that we reset those starting in the 2019-2020 school year. The other thing is that the 3-year weighted average, the consultant ran the numbers using a straight methodology and then using the 3-year three-year weighted average methodology and said that it only differs by a few students per grade, and they find that there's no value being added by the three-year weighted average because you're giving more credit to the most recent year, but there's no indicator that the most recent year with our small numbers is fluctuating any differently than previous years. So they said, for all the confusion that goes into explaining to people this three-year weighted average and how you do the math on it, when you're only differing by a few students per grade, it didn't make sense to stick with it. So they said, really, take your actual cohort and project forward with that cohort as a more reliable way and an easier to understand way to predict. And they also suggested that we reformat the document a little bit so that we can include what we have for class size information into the projection so that it becomes a more accurate way of sort of projecting that for everybody to lay eyes on, and to incorporate staffing level data into that one look. And then finally, they did suggest that we continue to be engaged with the community to be aware of outside factors. So one thing that has happened in other communities that have gone to a full-day kindergarten model is it has resulted in the closures of some private kindergartens, and then your kindergarten numbers go up because there are fewer options available to parents. And so they said, you know, now that you've made the leap into having a full-day kindergarten program in the public school, just be aware that that's going to cause another shakeout over the next few years. It's going to affect your numbers also. So families who have chosen to stay in a private kindergarten setting will either choose to do that less often, or some of those private settings will close and it won't be an option available to them, and therefore it'll drive numbers. So we just have to, you know, keep our ears open relative to that. And of course there is, you know, keeping track of housing starts in the community, what's being built, what's coming online, what are the occupancies, et cetera, so that we can stay aware of that. So that brings me to the actual chart.
Clarification.
Of course.
When I was reading through this, in kindergarten, though, he's saying use the three-year weighted average. Then the next segment says don't use it.
Where does he say it? In the...
Number 2, at the end says, and to use the three-year average for 2021 and going forward. Then the next one, number 3,
So
don't use it.
he's saying a three-year average, not a three-year weighted average. So the three-year weighted average gives the most, it weights the most recent class higher than the one before that, which is rated higher than the one before that. But his point is when you're looking at numbers of our size, to say that this class carries more weight than the class prior, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So he's saying just do a straight average. What's our average been in the 3 years? And so he's saying a three-year average, not a three-year weighted average. Yep.
Okay.
That's a good clarification. And if you look at the spreadsheets that we've been using, there's a lot of mathematics behind it that factors in the weighted. But I also think that I'm not saying there's been a mistake in the numbers, but the more complicated the math gets, the greater the likelihood that you could err. And I just think it's another reason to keep it simple. So if you then look at the chart, and what the consultant advised us to kind of clean up some of the color scheme a little bit so that it was very easy to track going forward. You can see where we are with our 18-19 numbers, and those are the October 1st enrollments. And I think in the past we've been using the September, what is it, the second Friday in September number? And the suggestion was to roll it back to the October 1st number so you allow movement to take place, so you just get a more stable figure to work off of. So the numbers that you see in there are equal to the October 1st enrollment numbers that the board has already seen. And then you can see the projections that are going forward from that. And, you know, if you track something diagonally, you get a sense of how they are predicting that the classes will shift and change going forward. And the methodology is in the chart immediately below that. So you can see what the annual change has been 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and then the most current year for the total change. And then you can calculate an average change, and then you use that average change to influence the number. So for example, if you look at going into second grade, we have had an average change of 5, gaining 5 second graders. And then you go up above and you say, well, we currently have 90 first graders with an average change of 5. That means we're looking at 95 as our projected number for next year. And so you can see where the numbers sort of flow from the chart down below. Sticking in the yellow band, what does it say to us? In general, you can see that Griffin currently has a population of 340 students. And those are 1 through 4 students. So to be clear, we're not tracking pre-K and we're not tracking K. We're saying just in the grades 1 through 4, there are 340 students. Therefore, following the methodology down below, they're predicted to go up to 351 next year, 359 the year after, and then 384 in the 21-22 school year. So Griffin is projected to have an increase in enrollment where each class is sort of zeroing in on 100, roughly, to give a sense of it, right? So that's kind of the general overview that you see there. If you flip to the next page, sticking just with Griffin for a second, what we've tried to do is to take the information that's in our class size policy, and we then bring it over here by saying, okay, our guideline in kindergarten, we have 81 students and we have 4 teachers currently. Our class size guideline is to have 20 students per class. And therefore, our average class size, which is 81 divided by 4, comes out to 20.3. So it just shows you we're slightly above our policy relative to the class size that we strive for. And I like this chart because it really lays it right out and puts it into operation in terms of how many kiddos are there, how many staff do we have, what does the guideline say, and then what is the actual class size that we realize. You can then say, and notice what's been done here in the 19-20 year, projecting forward to next year, you take the enrollment numbers that are in the chart, you take the staffing that we are anticipating, and what I think Principal Thompson has explained to the board the plan is as part of the budget process, against the class size guideline, and you can see where that comes out relative to average class size.
What's the average class size for 4th grade? It's not 20. It's higher than 20.
This year?
No, what is the guideline we have,
Policy?
the policy?
is 23 for grade 4. Yeah.
Oh, that's an error. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it goes up.
I
Yeah.
corrected that, and
Oh, no, that's fine.
no, that's
So it goes up at grade 4 to 23. And then 5th, 6th, and 7th is 22?
No, I believe 5th is 23 and 6th through 8 is 25.
Oh, really?
I think that's the guideline.
Yeah,
board
and-
guideline.
And I apologize, we had updated this chart.
Oh, no, I'm,
So actually, let me get you the most recent one, because
Okay.
this is not it. We had updated that with the actual numbers, so, and then everything kind of trickled out as we
I
did the
just
math.
remembered 4th grade being different from the other two. I didn't want to call you out, I'm sorry.
No, you should have. This is not the right one, we'll get it to you.
So for clarification, that class size guide is really a not to exceed number, correct? Is that the point at which when we were looking at adding a teacher this past year, that was kind of like, okay, we're over that number, we need to, it's
But
not
if we're following that guideline, Tara, then we don't need a 5th teacher in 4th grade.
That's correct.
That's 23.
right.
So, it's the policy.
Yeah.
However, the policy is written, it doesn't say do not exceed. It says
Strive
will
for.
strive for is the language that's in the policy. So our goal is to strive for that. And I think that's why with 81 kindergartners, right? And you have 20.3, which is over the guideline, but is 0.3 of a student, which means one class has one extra kid in it. So is that the point of adding a 5th teacher? Or is that, we're still within the realm of making it work? And
You
that's
can
something
look
the
at
board
it
has
2
to-
ways, because I look at it as the fact that we've always kept our numbers low because we did not have full-time kindergarten, and now that we have full-time kindergarten, the kids should be getting what they need, so we can increase the numbers in first and second grade by 1 or 2. Does that make sense? But with a class size of 20, I don't know if they're getting what they need. I don't know. That's a whole different story, before Brian shuts me down.
Well, and
I mean,
Aren't we discussing that policy today?
Yeah, we are, sorry.
Okay. That's what I thought.
so, if I could just finish orienting the board to this chart. If you look now at the middle school numbers, so grades 5 through 8, I think the story is a little less promising in terms of the overall impact there. So we're currently at 404 students in the middle school, and these numbers are predicting that we're going to drop to 378, 364, 363. So, it's a loss of 40 students over the next 3 years, based on those numbers. You can see the methodology at the bottom, which has been to, have these decreases. And if you go to the second page, and you're right, it's 23 going forward with the class size guide and the way that is operationalized with the number of teachers. We also did and again, the consultant not knowing all the local pieces, he took the 7th grade number and reduced it to 4 in terms of staffing. And, relative to the math program and the way we have the middle school staff currently, we changed that back to 5 because we said this wouldn't match with our model. And so I apologize again that this chart got to you. It was the consultant's sort of work on it, but there is an updated version of it.
And that's because we currently have 2 math teachers in 7th grade.
Correct.
So is that going to bring that down to 16 kids per class?
Is
I don't agree with that at all.
it would be 5 and it would be 16. That is,
And we have 20 kids in kindergarten. Okay. I'm getting off.
and then just to finish the story again, back on page 1, looking at the high school numbers, you can see that Campbell currently has 439 students, and they are beginning to get the wave of the smaller classes coming from the middle school. And so you can see that goes down to 421, followed by 410, followed by 373. So decrease across the board relative to the population arriving. We did not, class sizes at the high school are a whole different animal. And so you'll notice that the consultant didn't even try to get into predicting that because there's too many variables that factor in there, so. One piece that I just want to be really transparent and clear with the board is that these numbers do differ from the projections that we've had in the past. And I know there are members of the budget committee who have numbers that they have looked at. Their numbers are actually higher. Their numbers are more optimistic at projecting. And so the question is, which ones do we use for budgeting and planning? And I would imagine tomorrow night when we go to the budget committee, they will want to know what projections the board has landed on. These numbers are going to suggest more consolidation than what they have been predicting or have been working off of, so.
The
Are
budget
these
committee
proje-
wasn't
oh,
that
sorry,
far,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. The budget committee wasn't that far off, though, from what we had.
They're not that far off, but they are,
Off in a few areas.
I don't think they had any of the schools dropping below 400.
Right.
So I think they were sort of envisioning the schools, the middle school and the high school anyway, staying above 400, but I'm just not seeing it based on these numbers.
Are they using birth rate numbers?
So they begin with a birth rate projection, but again, that hasn't proven to be totally reliable
Right.
for our kindergarten numbers. And they've also used a So what's not factored in, they talk about a, what do you call it, a building permit number, but I don't know exactly where that is or how that factors into this, so again, I'm not sure that that's been too reliable for us.
I could change the link with the new one right now. Everybody just X's out of that one.
So, okay.
Yeah.
What did Bedford use? Was it more similar to this or the previous or something kind of else?
So, so the consultant that we're using is the former superintendent who has had experience. This is exactly the methodology they use, and it proved to be accurate within a student or two. So he felt strongly that, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he felt we were overcomplicating it and that we could kind of stream this down and take a more direct look at it, so. And Michelle, you were in the meetings.
I was.
So feel free to share. I mean, what are your thoughts on the way this?
I think this is a lot simpler, easier for people to understand, and makes a lot more sense than using birth numbers that are not reliable because, let's face it, they really aren't reliable. It was harder to try to understand the 3-year weighted average formula, and everybody's math on that can differ. So I think this is much more, for lack of a better word, a much more accurate projection. Comes closer to what we're looking at. And besides, we have brand new incoming, full-day kindergarten. That
Does
skews
everything
all the
off,
numbers.
right.
You're starting over. You don't have a trend yet. You need a 3-year trend to accurately predict when you go forward, so. Okay, I changed it to the new one, so if everybody refreshes and goes back in Google
That's
Drive.
great. It's great that you can do that.
So the refresh does not change page 1 because all the predictions and numbers on page 1 are still the same. The refresh should change if you look at page 2, which is where those class size charts are. You can see that grade 4 is at 23.
Oh, yes.
5 is at 23, 6 is at 23, and then 7 and 8 are at 25. You'll also see down below that I kept the staffing level at the middle school the same the 2 years at 4 in grades 5 and 6, and then increased it to 5 in grades 7 and 8. And so 81 divided by 5 is 16.2. You were spot on with the math and the number.
Who knew?
I won't editorialize on
Yeah.
what that means, but.
I'm struggling with the
that is what it is.
24 students in grade 6 in 1920. And, I don't know. And 16.2 in grade 7. But I know that's programmatic, and unless we change the programming. Okay.
Mine didn't update.
Are you pulling from the Google Doc or from the
No,
website?
from the
Oh,
website.
I'm going into the website now.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get it after. I just tried pulling up the budget committee numbers, but I can't get the attachment on this. That's what the difference was.
Rob has
They're on
his.
they're on the policy, in those, in the procedures, that's where you'll
Yeah,
find them.
if you could, just so,
What year do you want?
just go to next year, the projections.
Projections, kindergarten 79, first grade 97, 86, 80, 88, 431. Fifth
For
grade,
1920, the total of what, sorry, was it?
431.
Oh, we have 351.
They're also counting kindergarten, I believe.
Okay.
Ah,
And then what do they have for kindergarten?
79.
79.
And then for fifth grade, 91, 101, 95, 113 for 400 at LMS. And then high school, 109, 106, 113 for 441.
And Cindy used a 3-year weighted average,
Yeah, they're the 7th grade, going up 14 kids.
which is, including births and.
right, when
What do
normally
have
they
for
go
total
down by
student
3.
count, Rob, for the year?
They don't, so 1272.
We're at 1271.
Oh, wow.
But we don't count kindergarten, correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
But we do, they don't.
They can't be, because all their numbers are higher.
Right.
Don't ask me to do that math.
Oh, because our column is labeled, our 1271 is P through 12. And how do they have their column labeled?
Well, I just added that up. They don't have a column for that. So K through 12. They don't have pre in there.
Right, they never do three.
So we're adding 40 more, that's making up the other
Yeah.
numbers, so, yeah.
So there'd be a 1271 plus a 40. So they're 40 over.
And we're capped at 40 for preschool, right? Are we capped at 40 for preschool?
Theoretically, 45, I think.
Okay.
Hot topic on Facebook today.
Oh. I took a break.
That's her job.
He disappeared.
Except last week I went off on one.
So there's a couple of big changes. Can you just read them again, Rob? I'm sorry.
Same
We'll just
here?
go- Yeah, so first grade next year, we have 90. What do they have?
79.
Yeah, so a drop of 11.
And 97 for first grade.
We're at 95.
86 second.
Yeah, we're at 74.
80 for third.
We're at 92. Oh, I'm sorry, third?
Third, yep.
We're at 74.
And 88 for fourth.
And we're at 92.
Fifth is 91,
That's where we're at.
101,
And we're at 96.
95,
We're at 81.
113.
Or 110. So they have a big drop in first grade. They're just carrying the kindergarten over and losing two. So then you lose a first grade teacher again. And then you get a seventh grade teacher.
Cindy's.
And a third grade teacher. What's that?
Do you want me to forward Cindy's projection to you?
Yeah, if you could, please.
I'm going to forward it to the whole board?
Yeah. Rob already has it. I mean, I've seen it before, so,
It's very colorful.
yes.
The housing off of Page Road, has that been taken into account? Because aren't those, I mean, this is probably the year, right, that they're gonna start, although.
A lot of those
Well,
lots
it's
are
by the-
sold.
That's part of the criteria that goes into the projections and birth rates and move-ins and developments and that type of thing. So, yeah.
And we're already seeing an impact, right? We've got, I mean, just quick check-in, is how many,
Yeah, we have a family who will have occupancy early December, and I believe another one in January. So I don't know how many after that. But one of the neighbors said that they knew of 4 or 5 other kids, so who would be coming in.
Are they new families coming to town or existing families moving?
Yes, as far as I know, the 2 are new.
Oh, we have a new neighbor. What is our, we have an 8th grader, a 7th grader, and coming into our neighborhood.
It'll be interesting then with the budget committee tomorrow, like you said, to find out like whether or not we just meld the two together or how we look at it.
you know, I think working off these numbers, but being, I guess, erring on the side of, if it makes a difference on a teacher erring on the side of their number, until
Right.
we can see exactly how the trends shake out, might not be a bad strategy.
Like I said, that would mean you lose a first grade teacher and gain a third grade teacher.
So this chart basically is saying, so if you go to the second page of it, it's suggesting that we need to increase one in second grade by a reduction in third grade. That's the only proposed staffing change that's on that chart.
Right.
And that's something that we're already factoring in, because that's not a budgetary impact, that's just a shuffle from one grade to the next. And then I want to say out loud, I mean, the board needs to see that seventh grade number. I mean, that is a low number, but it's driven by the program that is run. And the sixth grade number is a high number, but does that warrant an add? You're striving for 23 and you're at 24.
can have the discussion when we get to class size.
Yeah.
Scheduling is a little wonky at the middle school, too. It's not as straightforward as elementary. It's
Right.
not quite as fluctuating as high school, but there's definitely, you've heard me talk before about that.
Is it because of the math program we have to keep 5 teachers in 7th grade? The double math?
It's not just math.
In
You
5th
asking me
grade,
that
yes.
Math, certainly the double block that we have right now for math, I mean, programmatically, I think it's been a good model. So, yeah, I mean, the program, we have the double math block, the science, social studies, and then ELA block. So, it's been a very good model in 7th grade. It's a big year for math, which we'll talk about tonight.
Because you only have 1 ELA teacher in 7th grade, right?
Correct. Yep. The other thing that, just interestingly, as I'm thinking about this, with that guideline of 25 in grades 7 and 8, it hasn't happened for a few years, but actually it was close this year. I have to check with Martha. Because we don't have straight homeroom numbers like in elementary school, where you divide the teachers by the total students, we do have minimum standards for science labs and FACS class of 24, that we can't exceed 24. So when I report out to the state on minimum standards, I have to let them know if we exceed 24 in a science room, then we exceed their minimum standard. So that's a piece, just in terms of that guideline of 25.
And that's for 7th and 8th grade, the science guideline?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And we can,
I'll have to check on that if it backs out to 6th. I'm not sure.
Anybody have any other questions on projections? And again, we start talking about class size afterwards, we can always like bounce back to. You gonna speak on robotics? or
so
is there
next
someone
up,
here for
we've
robotics?
got robotics. So actually, we have asked the robotics coaches to come back for the November 28th meeting. We told them we would introduce the topic tonight, and then they will attend the next session to answer any questions. So you have a link to the robotics handbook, and so this is a fairly weighty thing. There's quite a few pages. I want to check with Principal Lonergan. You've read this, so
that, yep.
this got to you because the high school has already reviewed it and have made corrections
We
with
had
the
made
team.
revisions to it. Yep.
So this is now presented by the high school to the board, okay? So I think the cleanest thing is to ask people to take a look at it between now and the next meeting, and if you have questions, to email the board chair, who can then include, or email both of us, and we'll make sure we get those questions addressed prior to the next meeting when they'll be here to go through the handbook.
Is it a brand-new handbook this year, or is it revised, so it's brand new?
It's
This
brand
is the
new.
first year.
They had one previously, before I came to Campbell, 4 or 5 years ago, but they essentially, with changes in advisors, it was not followed. So what they
Okay.
did is, they took what they had in the past, sort of looked at other programs and created what they thought was a much more appropriate for where they are today.
Okay.
So they're basically just looking for approval for a self-funded trip?
Correct. Yep.
Well, that's the second topic.
Right.
So
The first is that.
the first is that handbook,
Mhm.
and then the field trip is another.
Have they been on one of these field trips in the past?
Not to the national competitions during my time. so they're anticipating being successful again. And so this would mean that they would go out to Detroit
Yeah.
during April vacation, I believe is what they're saying.
And I
Yep.
saw that they could share a bus. I mean, if they already had discussion with another team that
They've-
thinks they're gonna win too, and
There've been, part of FIRST is about collaboration, not just about competition. So they've had conversations with a number of different teams. I don't know any specifics of who they're talking to at this point.
I think it's pretty interesting if you travel down with another team, especially from another district, it'd be pretty neat.
They've had some good relationships with Bedford. I know that they've collaborated with them and had some success there in some other programs, so, yep.
So I'm sure we'll have many questions for them on the 28th.
Perfect. So,
I think Corey's up.
All right.
About buses.
There is buses, but there's a couple things that I wanted to mention before I get into the buses. One goes back to the Budget Committee meeting last Thursday night. There was a mention during that meeting, and I just wanted to bring this up in public. They mentioned that the implementation of full-day kindergarten was expected to be a no-tax impact, and at no time did we as a school district or administration ever advertise it as a zero-tax impact situation. Basically, the way that it was presented and brought forward was that we had opportunities through impact fees and additional state revenue that would help offset the cost in year one to implement full-day kindergarten. And then going forward, the cost of staffing and maintenance of the new structure would be put in the budget. So I just wanted to clarify that because that was thrown out there last week at the Budget Committee. And I will also bring some information forward to the Budget Committee tomorrow as well, just to review what that proposal looked like when we implemented it, so that we can clarify.
Just be clear, it was only one member of the Budget Committee that
Yes, yeah, it was one member, but it's out there, and I just wanted to respond to it. The other piece is, as we go into the Budget Committee tomorrow night, we received the actual rates from school care for health insurance. We were budgeting based on a anticipated 9% increase. The effective rate, because of a large premium holiday that we're getting, is actually a negative 1.1 decrease in insurance, which actually reduced our budget by $244,000. Those numbers have been correct, and that information will be provided to the Budget Committee tomorrow night as well. So that was a significant savings.
and Corey, just to clarify, so the number that the board saw on the Saturday
Yep.
and the number we've already given to the Budget Committee included that 244. So
That's correct.
We're kind of letting them know tomorrow that we're taking that back
Yep.
and reducing.
We've already
So-
made that adjustment. Yep.
So that'll be, I think, welcome news by the Budget Committee, but it's also, first year is here. So I just want to be clear that we're taking almost a $250,000 away.
And that's for status quo. I mean, that's all dependent on contracts and, no?
Well, yeah.
Budget.
Because it would be, depending on, that's based on the plans as they are in the contract right now. So
Okay.
that's
So it
what
could
green,
still-
that's
could still
green and
change.
red.
Status quo,
If it goes to those other plans, the savings would be.
Additional?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's only a 1-year cost, right? And
We get the rates, yeah, we get the rates
Per
year by
year.
year. So
And
they
what
give
if-
us a anticipated amount that it's going to increase, and then they give the actual rates.
so obviously that's not normal. I mean, I know, my
Hmm.
health insurance has gone up double digits every year. So, I mean, we're not expecting that to be sustainable.
I
right?
believe we've received a premium holiday the past 2 or 3 years, which has helped to save some
Okay.
money. This one was significant. I wouldn't expect this significant of a savings usually.
So even in the past, receiving a holiday, as you call it, our rates still increased about 9% per year.
Without the holiday, it would have went up 1.8%. So it really wasn't near the 9, that it was much
In past
lower.
years?
I can't speak to
But
past
I'm
years,
referring
only
to,
what
I'm
I'm
saying,
looking
in
at.
past years, you're saying we still received one.
Yep.
I know our rates basically have gone about 9% per year, the last several years.
And the 9% that we were using was a number from them. They had said.
Yeah, they provided an estimate.
Your worst-case scenario, your guaranteed max is the 9%. That's why we use that. Could it have been modeled on past years? Probably.
Yeah.
They didn't make that up. They got that somewhere, so.
All right. So with those two down, brings us to transportation. I do want to mention Sean Prendable and Todd, is it Leclerc?
Ted Leclerc.
Ted Leclerc, have come from First Student. I noticed as they walked in.
Thank you.
We did receive 2 responsive bids to our bid for our RFP for regular ed transportation. We received 1 for special ed transportation, or 1 for special ed. For regular ed, we received from Goffstown Truck, STA, and First Student. They both came in below the anticipated 5% increase, which was used for the initial proposed budget, regular days. Bid summary. So First Student is offering to bring all new 2018 school buses onto the roads. The First View app, which is school bus tracking app. I believe you said there's a parent functionality.
2 components is a parent
Yep.
component, and there's also a dashboard, what we call a dashboard, which allows the schools to also see when buses are due to arrive.
All right. From year to year, within the contract, they would offer, it was consistent, 2.9 to 3% increase per year. The shuttle rate, which we use for the vocational transportation, would be same for the first year, and then go up accordingly year to year. There is some thought that the National Transportation Safety Board would implement seat belts within buses, so we asked what that would cost. Should that happen, and First Student's offering a one-time cost of $16,000 per bus, that would apply, and that would depend on if we're running the same 9 buses that we have, or potentially could need a 10th at some point as
So-
enrollment. And
When I was reading these,
yep.
why do we have to implement that? Why do we have to pay that bill?
It was
I'm
part of-
asking them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, if I owned a business and I was required to do something by law, I realized I would pass it on. I mean, it costs eventually, but I mean, it's just so blatant that if the government says you have to have seatbelts in a bus, then we're gonna be required to pay the $16,000.
Well, again, that was in response to
Yeah,
what was
they were
labeled
responding
an
to the
option.
question, and
An
if that was an
optional
option.
add-on.
Okay?
Yep.
Because right now, they're not required.
I realize that, so they're still manufacturing buses. These are 2018 buses. They're being manufactured without seatbelts.
Right.
So would they be grandfathered? Would you be required to, after a certain period of time, to install them? Do you know how
I
legislation's
don't have a
going?
crystal ball, and usually it wouldn't come in where you have to retrofit
Yeah.
existing buses. That's usually how something, especially of that magnitude, as you can see. Because, again, it's expensive to put them in when you're buying a new bus.
Yeah.
It would be even more expensive to try to retrofit older buses with it.
Right, I would think.
And those are 3-point harnesses, by the way, 3-point belts. They're not lap belts.
And so are the 2018 buses coming with 3-point harnesses?
Only if you choose that option.
It was an optional, it was just a question
it's like
we
an
put in
add-on.
to see if there was an add-on. If that were to happen, and we had to pay that cost.
Is it concerned that is gonna happen?
Never know. You never know. So then in going through their cost proposals, the first one, I took the 3 big categories, regular ed, late bus, and vocational, and came up with an estimate of $610, $670, which is a 2.8% increase over what we're paying this year. From Goffstown Truck, they're offering 2020 buses on the roads. The Safe Stop app, which is for parent tracking and stop-to-stop. Year-to-year increases varying from 3 to 4%. Computerized routing software, which is included in the contract, and if the contract were to go past the initial term, a 3% increase over those years. Seatbelts for them, if those were to go in, they would amortize the cost over the life of the contract and would be an additional $855 per bus per year. In reviewing their cost proposal for those 3 categories, they're calculated at $697,000, about 17.3% over where we are currently. In saying those 2, we note that the RFP was not issued as a low-cost bid. It's determination of the board what you'd like to do. So I come to you tonight seeking your direction and what we want to do, what vendor we would look at. And it's also to ask, we did have the one Special ed transportation from first student, they're offering a 3% increase from year to year with no change in our monitor rates. And it would also be, also ask the board to authorize to negotiate a contract for special ed with first student. They were issued as 2 separate RFPs, so we're doing 2 separate contracts.
So all of the buses are going to be 2018 or newer? All of the buses?
2018 through
Yes.
first student, yeah.
Corey, do these costs, I know right now we pay per bus per day. So are these costs all inclusive if we add more buses, if we need to add more buses to the routes?
If we had to add
That
more
would add
buses,
another-
that would add additional money.
Okay.
So,
Correct.
I'm just looking at the 2 different numbers. The 610, you're saying, or a 2% increase over fiscal year 19.
Mhm.
And as far as Goffstown,
Mhm.
they're a 3-4% per year, so it's going to be within there. And
Year
you're
to
saying
year.
that their first student was locked at 3.
Yeah, they were at 3 across the board. The big part too is in calculating vocational transportation. First student offers a shuttle rate, which is lower than the daily rate. Goffstown Truck does a daily rate and commits those particular buses just to doing the vocational routes.
So can we go back to first student, just so I can understand the apps you were talking about? I know there's a parent app. Is that something the parent has to pay for to, I thought in the past I'd heard that there's an app that the parent had to pay for to like follow the bus.
No, what we've offered, there's no charge to either the district or to the parents.
Okay.
It's rolled in there, but parents do have to sign up for it. They have to, I guess you say, enroll.
And are they able to track the bus like from stop to stop? Basically, is that like a GPS type thing? or-
They receive information about arrival times of buses. So they would get.
Like
access
notifications?
To the projected arrival time based on actual live GPS.
Okay. How often would they receive updates as far as, like, let's say that my child's waiting for the bus and it's due in like 5 minutes. I mean, how often would they get updates? Like,
They can go into the app and access their bus to see when their bus is due to arrive at their stop. I know we did include a brochure in our proposal, and we also have available a demo that anyone could go on, through the school district, and we would present that demo to them as well.
I think just the fact that you can find like where your bus is at is, especially this time of year when it
Right.
starts getting colder and you have to be out there.
Right.
You realize your bus is running late.
What if we make LMS longer? Will there be enough buses the day longer? Isn't that a problem?
You still have the same amount of buses, you just have to like shuffle schedules.
What about the routing? We did the routing this year.
That's exactly
We
what I was
consider,
gonna
if we
ask.
continue with first student, do we continue to do the routing, or would first
I
student?
don't know
do it?
that,
I'm not sure yet. I mean, it all depends on who wants, if they want to do it, if they have a routing software they can use, if they don't.
Okay.
I mean,
Just 'cause
I
the
think
other-
routes will be relatively the same.
Right, the other
did you
bid
offer routing
includes.
software, or is that additional if we wanted to bring something?
We, in our proposal, we said there would be an additional charge for that if you wanted it. I mean, our personal experience is that for a contract of this size, it's probably not worth the money, because it's not, it just, I mean, you're only dealing with, 9 routes. And special ed all has to be done manually anyways, because that's door to door and more specialized. But it's something we can certainly, again, we're willing to provide if you'd like.
So is it commonplace then in a smaller district that the district is responsible for doing the bus routes?
Generally, in a smaller district, it's not so much who's responsible, it's more, again, is it cost effective to utilize a software system which has an annual licensing fee associated with it for the maps and that type of thing, and the support from the company. But again, it's more of a case of, again, we're happy to do the routing if you'd like us to. Again, it just depends on what the district's pleasure is. There's really no, magic formula for large or small districts as to who does it.
But if we don't do the routing, Who's gonna do it?
Well, we would.
We've done it in the years past.
That's what I'm
This
wondering.
year, we worked with Michelle and became more district centralized.
How long are these bids for? How many years of the contract?
Initially 5. and then
5-year
option
contract?
after.
We don't have any options to go with a shorter?
We could negotiate.
Okay.
So the 2018 school buses, those would be ours for the length of the term. We wouldn't, like, year 2, get different ones? Okay.
And again, we've said 2018. It depends once they're ordered and they come from the manufacturer, they could be newer than that by model year. But again, they're going to be brand new off, from the factory. A lot of times, it's kind of like a car when you go to a lot, a dealer, buy a car. Sometimes the model year is a little newer than perhaps the calendar year.
So when does this take effect?
July.
Okay, of 19. Okay.
next year's.
So Goffstown is saying that, what would we use for the next year if they're saying 2020 school buses? Are they used in year 1 and then? See what I
Manufactured.
mean?
Those would be your buses.
Yeah.
They would be what?
Those would be your buses.
By July 2020, the model years would be.
They'll be out.
By July, the
Of
model years would be
19, they'll be
20s.
out.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Yes, I don't buy many vehicles.
When might we know about this other district that would be
That's
looking
up
to
to you.
share costs? If we were to authorize you to pursue that?
If I were authorized to pursue, I would contact them.
Okay.
I think the seatbelt thing just still gets me.
No, that's
It's-
interesting.
I just looked it up real quick, Brian, and I guess they've already recommended, but it's, in the article I read, it said that doesn't hold any legal weight, it has to actually be, so.
I can't even.
The article you read that what? Sorry,
I just
didn't
looked it
get
up to
How are
see
you
what
gonna fit
the,
3 seat buses,
I know.
3 kids in a
my guess is,
Just a
they require a 3-point harness, it must be 2 to
Metal-
a seat, not
metal
3, right?
metal.
It's still 3?
It'll,
Still 3?
yeah.
Well, just picturing kindergartners trying to unbuckle and.
each other in the face with a metal buckle.
Yes, they do it at home.
I'll start kid.
They do it now at school. So, the cost for the seatbelts, is that the total cost being forced on us? Because I'm just wondering, like, are those buses going to be used elsewhere, aside from, like, I'm certain they are, right? Aside, no?
No, your buses are your own.
Yeah.
So they're never chartered somewhere during the summertime, or?
No.
Because the state law says Litchfield School District on the side, we can't use it for anything but Litchfield School or field trips.
Or Litchfield schools.
Or athletics, I would assume.
Interesting.
Oh, actually, that brings up a point. Isn't the contract that we have right now, doesn't First Student have the first rights to the athletic
Yeah, that'll be in there.
transportation?
That'll be in
Oh,
there
so,
as well.
okay, so
Yep.
that's standard?
Yep.
All right.
So whichever company we decide to go with would also get the athletic transportation?
Got it.
Okay.
So what, Corey, what are we not getting from Goffstown that we're getting from First Student and vice versa? Because you mentioned special ed and transportation.
Well, special ed, that went out as a separate RFP.
Yep.
So the only bid we received for special education was from First Student. We didn't, Goffstown did not bid on that side of the house.
So the services we're receiving from First Student and Goffstown are both the same,
Yep.
according to these. Except their seatbelts are a lot cheaper at Goffstown.
They're spread out a lot. They're spread out.
No, they're actually more at Goffstown because it's $855 per bus per year. So if it's a 5-year contract, that's
Yeah.
40 grand.
Well, no, it's,
No, it's 4,000.
Sorry, yeah. 4,000 per bus.
Times 9 is 36.
there's 16,000.
I can't do math. Sorry.
I can.
I need one of those math tutors.
Is it fair to say a big difference in the price is that, could be that computerized routing? Or they just?
I'd say it probably had more to do with the vocational transportation, where they're dedicating buses to those particular vocational routes and charging the daily rate instead of a shuttle rate.
Which is what First Student's charging us.
And just to ask you, experience-wise, Goffstown, Astarta, I don't see them very often.
Goffstown Truck is it's STA, they're a national corporation. So that right now they're in Goffstown,
We're in
Bedford.
114. He goes
Few
straight by
others,
Market
Londonderry.
Basket.
I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, I know,
There's
they have
two.
it right by the food.
Right, on the way to St. Anselm.
Okay.
I see him parked
Yeah.
over there.
Mhm.
And she said where it is. Okay.
So you need a motion to act, to either negotiate a contract. Do we have to choose?
They're already negotiated.
Right, but,
You negotiate the contract after. You gotta build the contract now.
build the contract, but
So,
what about I'm curious about the other local district and if the savings, weighs one way or the
I
other.
don't have a crystal ball.
So we'd have to choose a company and then
Yeah.
wait on that, okay. I'm wary of another 5-year contract because it's a long time to, if there are if we have continued problems or if we try a new vendor and things don't work out, we're locked into that 5-year contract, which is kind of the problem that we've had the past, 3 years that I've been on the board anyway. I would like,
Corey and I have had a conversation about that topic in particular because it certainly seems that with some of the issues that have popped up this year, and again, I have new eyes on this, but I've never dealt with so many busing issues.
yeah,
And I think that we would want to negotiate in something that would be a little bit more favorable to the district when routes aren't run and kids are driven by and, all these things happen. And, I hate to say it, but if there's not hitting somebody in the wallet, I'm not sure how you, really rectify that. And so we've talked about that, but I think that's part of the negotiation piece that
Okay.
when we have the go-ahead, that we've got to be able to say, look, there are things like reliably picking up the kid, having a driver who knows the route and knows how to turn. Those things really have to be factored into anything that we negotiate going forward.
right, okay.
Point in time counts, will we be able to get more? Remember, that was one of the things we had talked about.
Bus, like counts of
Bus
students,
counts.
ridership?
Yep. Obviously, it's not
We
a
always-
dollar
I mean, we
thing,
can get
but that
them-
was something that I know that has come up in the last.
Yeah, we can
6
get them
months.
pretty much on request at this point. I mean, we get them, if we ask for them, we get them. It's pretty standard stuff.
Is this going to solve our high schoolers being outside at 6:30 in the morning?
That's,
How?
how?
Nothing.
Just
The
by
bus.
changing the routes? Is it all route things?
Start time.
Start time, is it because we only have 9 buses? That our kids are outside at 6:30 in the morning?
I think
Or
it's
some
start
kids-
time and,
It's a
It just-
combination of.
yeah, and yeah.
I just hate the fact that we have high schoolers outside at 6:25 in the pitch black, waiting for a bus to get here 40 minutes early and sit in the cafeteria and behave like perfect angels, I'm sure.
They're amazing.
I know, they're probably half asleep still.
Litchfield children are amazing.
Oh, thank you, you're talking to the right mother.
Looking at when students are in the cafeteria, it's usually about 10 minutes of 7 when they start arriving. So 35 minutes early, we'll have our first dribs of students coming into the building. So, yeah, so they're out there early. It's not unusual looking at high schools.
Really?
What you see, no matter where you go. Yes. Yeah.
And my daughter says they have a nice breakfast program, so that's a perk.
Well,
She's
there
not
you go.
eating before she leaves, so she's buying it
It's time
here.
for breakfast.
Yeah, exactly.
Another bus with first student would still put us under the rate for Goffstown,
Yeah.
FYI.
You or the budget committee talking about it.
Yeah, right.
Wait till their kids are in high school.
This one bus is not gonna solve any problem that Liz is talking about as far as getting to high school. It is what it is with the high school. Unless, of course, we change the start time of the high school to like 9 AM, then they'll resolve all the problems in the world.
Well, you look at some schools.
You
and
just won't be able to play
look at the-
sports, but
Look at the research, right.
They
but-
can.
They can still play sports. I'm all for 8:30.
Any other questions?
I'm trying to think about other school busing issues that have come up here, you know? It was the bus counts, and I think it was the parent app, that was, you know, the times and the communication and the delays and notifications coming to parents about
Right.
what times. So if there's a parent app, would all of that onus be on the parents to check the app? So would that then free up the principals? Does it alleviate the principals, you know, sending those communications?
They're still gonna call the school. I would
True.
still call the school.
Yeah.
Over-communicate.
And our staff would call the SAU and
Mhm.
those conversations would occur, or would call the bus company, you know, I mean, yeah.
I would also want us to be thoughtful about the app. So right now, it feels like an app and knowing exactly where the bus is desirable, but I want us to think our way through, are there negatives to an app where anybody or everybody could know where every bus is? So let's just think our way through some of those pieces. This is relatively new information, so, we have custody arrangements that aren't always positive, and what ends up happening if you all of a sudden have GPS data in your phone. So let's just think our way through. Is it really solving all the problems? Or are there other things we just need to be aware of? And maybe there are solutions in the app that I'm not aware of. But-
Is it password protected? Like, can we give it to parents so not everybody can access?
Yes.
Well, that's kinda creepy.
Like I say, we can certainly, schedule a demo for Lori and any staff to look at, and someone who's really got the expertise in that can also answer these questions. But keep in mind, you also have this dashboard, which allows the schools to see where the buses are. So, it's a case of
that is
where
cool.
we don't have to implement it all at once. They're two different components, and if you wanted to, try the dashboard and hold off on the app, we can certainly do that as well.
And Gord, do you know what the one that Goffstown has, the Safe Step app, what that one is?
I've never personally seen it.
Just says the tracking app, that's all it
It's
says.
the same type of app as
Not as good as ours, but similar.
I follow my kids on Find My iPhone, and I watch the bus go up the street.
See, I'm
Helicopter
a
parents.
free-range parent. I think my kids are fine sitting on a bus a little longer, or waiting for the bus a few minutes longer. There have been times where it's been bitterly cold, and we've
Well,
missed
you're
the
the
bus.
exception to every rule in
I know,
Litchfield.
I know.
Because we helicopter mothers need to know where our kids are at all times.
I know. There's more of you in town than there are of me.
Your kids get dropped off in your front yard.
Corey, can I ask, not putting you on the
Can't help
spot?
that, this is where he lives.
Are you, I'd rely on you on this more than myself. Are you leaning towards one over the other, or?
I.
Yeah, I'll put it
Sorry.
Like I said, it's not a local, it's really a board decision. I'll do what I have to.
So you'd be comfortable either way?
I just don't know. I am struggling with the kind of the customer satisfaction piece of it that we've struggled with for the past 3 years.
And I think it goes, regardless of which way we go, I think we need to build in some
Yeah.
kind of verbiage in there that, I don't know, like, maybe a fine system, I don't know, you miss a student, cost you $10. You know, just something. I mean, there has to be some type of consequence, and there hasn't been in the past that, it just seems like the
agree.
last couple of years, it's just been one thing after another as far as are the buses breaking down and.
Could we negotiate a percentage, like, you have to meet this percentage?
Yeah.
This rate. I guess the one thing I would look at also is, what's the training? Are we looking at 2 years or a year of fiascos until they're up to speed if we go with a new company?
Well, I think it's hard to find bus drivers.
I was gonna say, I think the
Yeah.
problems,
It's,
I
hard.
think the problems with any bus company right now is twofold, but for us, number one, is we have older buses.
Right.
And now we're looking at newer buses. I mean,
Yeah,
that's been
that's
part of the problem,
huge.
is breakdowns of buses. And I think if anyone who's picked up any newspaper or sign on anywhere, bus drivers are limited
Absolutely.
throughout the country. It's not just here, it's not just there, it's everywhere. So, obviously with newer equipment, chance of failure is a little less than the older equipment. Are these air conditioned?
Oh,
No?
smells good. Oh, my goodness.
Good question.
We can put that in, though.
Wi-Fi?
And just so you're aware too, I mean, obviously, yes, everybody's struggling with driver shortages across the nation.
Yep.
But one of the things that we've done, we've made some significant increases in our wage and benefit package with our drivers in the last, just since September. And we're continuing to negotiate a new collective bargaining agreement with our drivers, and we'll continue to do that. Because again, we can't provide the service without having good, safe drivers in the seats.
I guess, do we make a motion, or do we?
Are you looking for one this evening, a motion? Or which one to go with?
Yeah, it would be helpful. I'm working on budget.
Yeah, chatty today.
I'd make a motion to give Corey the okay to negotiate
Yep.
with First Student, negotiating for, as you said, the ability for some possible financial ramifications if they don't fulfill.
Well, that's all going to be part of the.
I don't know if we can do that, but
No, just to negotiate a contract.
negotiate the contract
Yes.
with
I
First Student.
second that motion.
All right, so I have one question. Was Goffstown given the opportunity to come to this meeting? Were they aware that we were going to
They knew we were
discuss it?
discussing.
Okay.
Would something like that, would something like the, the performance be something that you'd be willing to negotiate?
Certainly, yep. Yeah, we understand, we certainly, don't have a problem being held accountable if we make a mistake or we.
Actually, can I back up and ask one other question? Is it worthwhile pricing the seatbelts out if the buses are new? If you say they're cheaper, could that lower the $16,000 price?
Sorry?
Is it worth pricing the seatbelts out in the buses if they're being shipped new, and it's always cheaper to get them new than?
Versus
Well, you
retrofitting
may
them?
not be required either for the next 5
I
years.
know, but I'm just wondering, is it worth
That
it?
is the cost of having them installed in a new bus.
Then the question is, after 5 years, can we take them back? Or sell them to you? So going to one of the things you asked, Tina, as far as, your thought of another district maybe coming in and negotiating. Goffstown's already given us a price, and I'd be a little leery as far as that if they have another town, that they'll also come back at a lower rate than what we have. Just because we're jumping in.
Right.
I think if we went in together to negotiate, it'd be a little different. But it sounds like you already have a district negotiating, we've already negotiated, or we've already gotten a bid from them.
Right, I was just noting what Corey said in F.
Yeah.
I didn't know what your feelings were on that, as a potential.
Could potentially, you never know, like, you're going in, you're negotiating for more buses, you got more buses on the road, there is the potential of costing. I don't know what those dollar amounts are.
Right. And my other thought is, First Student, I think you're pretty aware of what our expectations are right now. I mean, you've had, I'm sure, many conversations, not only with Corey, with Frank in the past, as far as some of our issues, concerns, and problems, and hopefully that through a negotiation process, that you can bring that all together and hopefully, start steering down the road straight.
We will.
So we have a motion, and we have a second. Any further conversation? Hearing none, all those in favor of accepting offer from First Student to negotiate with Corey for a 5-year contract, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain. 2 vote?
Yes.
Yeah, aye.
Sorry. There we go. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You also do a motion to authorize negotiation for the special ed.
So made.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further conversation? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is that it for you, Corey?
That's it for me?
It's enough, right? Some follow-ups?
I think I did all the follow-ups, so I didn't bring any in particular, so.
That brings community forum. Anyone?
I guess I do have a question. I have to come all the way. My name is Anna Randolph. I know this.
I'm sorry, you say your address also.
Oh, 9 Perry Court. The memorandum, or I guess don't understand if you guys are going to talk about the request to name the auditorium after Mr. Martin before you talk about this memorandum? Or is the memorandum going to be discussed after? Like, I just didn't know what order things were going to be talked about.
I'm not sure which.
So at the last board meeting,
Yep.
it was presented to rename the auditorium or name the auditorium
Right.
after Mr. Martin. So I didn't know if we were going to discuss that. Is that first in the agenda before discussing the memorandum about changing eligibility of naming buildings in the district?
I think the first thing we're going to talk about is the policy itself.
That's,
and
okay.
the process of starting to develop a policy itself.
You're going to talk about the policy before addressing our request?
It'll probably be like in between, to be honest with you.
Sorry?
They kind of go hand in hand.
They do, except for what I didn't know is if you were going to try to talk about policy, pass a policy, knowing that we won't potentially qualify for Mr. Martin being named. Like, for example, a waiting period of 3 years. He has just passed away. So what?
That's what I'm saying, we're going to discuss a policy. We don't have a policy yet. We need
Okay.
to talk about developing a policy.
Okay.
So we're not going to develop a policy this evening and vote on a policy this evening,
I
if
see.
that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
No,
Okay.
we're going to begin conversation on policy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It may help, too, if I just provide a little feedback. So I met with Ms. Pennington and Ms. Light, who had brought that forward, and explained that it was the second request for a naming at the high school in, I think, 4 months or so. So in light of that, I thought it was important that the board kind of grapple with policy. So when we get a request like this, what's the right procedure, what's the right process? So even that memo, which has my name on it, is intended to just sort of steer, like, where do we want to land? And then when we have that in place now, let's follow the process that we've outlined. And so that really, it's sort of putting one thing in place before the other, because it's not the first request that's come forward. So.
But I don't think our intention is to create a policy, with the intent of excluding Mr. Saying,
Right.
with the express intent of saying, well, I'm sorry, he doesn't qualify to this new policy.
I just was confused about the timing.
Yeah.
It could potentially happen. I just was asking.
Right.
No, and we,
I understand that.
and it's come to light for us, especially after this is the second request in a short period of time, that that's what we need to do is develop a policy so that going forward, it'll be clear as far as here's what the parameters are and here's what we want to do as far as a board.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Yes.
Rowdy honors students.
So we're going to, just one little change where Mr. Gaspar is here, that before the principals speak, we're going to allow you to speak as far as on the New York trip, and if you could, yeah.
Are we still going to have school board comments?
What's that?
Are we still going to have school board comments?
Did I miss those? Yes, I'm sorry. Just have a seat. Yes, I always miss something. School board
over there?
comments. No, stay where you are.
Good.
I'm doing my Macbeth answer key, sorry.
I just had one question, and I think I might have dropped the ball on it. When we were going through the budgets, we had asked under the special education programs budget, the first line item was $6,000 for district-wide meetings.
Meetings, yeah.
And I thought we had voted, I guess we never did. I'd like to go back to that. I still kind of have a concern with that. I think we're setting a precedent for all departments then. So I don't know if I make a motion to cut that. I don't know if we discuss it.
Well, I think you're going to get more information on that. I believe that's where they're going to use like a late arrival day rather than late arrival day, that they were going to use it
Well, no, she
separate
wanted to
days?
use it after school hours.
Corey, do you have your notes from I have them in my office, I don't have them with me, but from the Saturday meeting, did we vote to cut that?
No, we
No.
didn't. I think it slipped through. We talked about it a long time, and I think we said we'd come back, and we forgot to
And we
come
didn't,
back.
okay, so that answers that
It's
question.
not one I recall.
Yeah.
them
Because it's
voting.
not on our list, but I wasn't sure.
And I
that we
didn't mark,
missed it.
I kept pretty good notes, and I didn't mark it. I
Okay.
think we forgot to go back, but I still have kind of a problem with that, where it's creating overtime for a department. I would like to see that department meet during early release time or some other time during the year when they're supposed to be here myself. In your opinion, is that
So
feasible?
we don't have early release time, and my memory of it is that when we have the late arrival, the late start, that the special educators, so Devon's really looking for the opportunity to get everybody from across the district, and because of the way the schedules don't mesh, so, a 2-hour late arrival, by the time you apply that across the 3 levels, it doesn't allow anything more than 1 hour. And by the time people travel and get settled and get started, it really is not an effective model. So then, that's why she's looking to add this as additional compensation at the end of the day in order to get people together.
I think she also talked through where the 3 schools all get out at different times, trying to gather them all together. Like I said, we just add more time also to it.
It's the same situation where the middle school is dismissing at 1:50 and GMS is at later.
2:50.
So, you have people waiting for that time in order to then attend a meeting, so it's another.
And are there 3 teacher workshop days where it can be worked in? Because she said it was 3 days. I guess it just goes back to me where, is next year going to be social studies? The year after that, all the departments looking for it if we get in. I really would like to see it worked into the existing schedule.
If you tell us to do that, we will find a way to do that.
I guess I'd make a motion that would cut training for special ed teachers, doesn't have a line, $6,000.
Well, the budget's already gone to the budget committee.
Okay, so we can't make a,
No, but I think that's something that, once we get the budget back from the budget committee, that we can give direction to the superintendent that if we're short on funds, here's an area we can look at. And I think we can still even look at it once we get the budget back. Is that really, the best way to go ahead about doing the meetings?
Can we look at it when we get the calendar for next year?
Oh, that's a good idea. See if we can, it'll depend on contracts too.
Yeah.
And we can add day, if we can do it as a full day instead of after-school meetings. You're doing district-wide alignment K to 12, so it's kind of the same thing where, those teachers, those departments can't meet after school without waiting for an hour here or.
Right, so we run into that with a lot of the committees, where
Yeah.
you're reporting, perk, things of that nature.
Right.
We do have that overlap, because everything starts, or meetings all start at 3:30.
Right, but they're not getting an additional
No.
wage for that.
But they're also volunteers,
Correct.
so it's
Yeah,
not
they're not-
mandatory training that is
Yeah,
what
okay.
Devon's trying to do with the special ed.
And
side.
I could be wrong with this, but I think part of that discussion was also possibly including paras who are
Paras.
not contracted the same.
Yeah. And they need,
So they don't have the days, the late starts, they're not
right, and we want them to be
correct.
as well trained
That was
as
a lot-
we
that was a
possibly
lot of the
can.
conversation.
Okay, that makes sense.
I had a question too. I had a question from another parent, asked, he's a big believer in STEM, and he's wondering how he got to STEAM in the I think it was in the middle school. And then I got an email from one of the principals about STREAM. So I think it would be good to understand STEM, STEAM, STREAM, what are the best practices around what should be incorporated into the curriculum and when. And it's probably not a discussion for right now, but I feel like it's just, it's become more than just STEM, and I think it would be good to educate people about that.
I can speak a little bit,
Okay.
in that I think it's more in how it's being incorporated. The state still references it as STEM education. But as we bring art and reading into those programs, there are avenues that refer to it as STEAM when there is the integration of art, STREAM when there's the integration of art and reading. So it's a little clear as mud, but I think it's more about the application. It's the state still refers to it as STEP education. And correct me if I'm wrong, science guy.
No, it is accurate.
So I'll just take a moment. I just want to, again, congratulate both the middle school and the elementary school for their Veterans Day celebrations. Unfortunately, I never make it to the high school for what they do, but I think I've been in GMS now. I think I figured out it's like the 9th or 10th year, I think. But, I mean, both of them just do a fabulous job, and it's really nice, the outreach we get from the public and the veterans that show up at these, and it just, both processes they're great. So you guys do a great job and have continued to do a great job. And I enjoy them. I mean, even though it's like the same one over and over, it's like, it's different every time, so it's fun.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'd like to congratulate all of the various teams that we have had. I know football, soccer championships, spirit championship at CHS, and then we had Lego robotics from LMS, 2 teams, I think.
Both teams qualified for states. Yeah.
There's just a lot of great stuff going on in Litchfield, and I love seeing all the tweets and knowing that great stuff is happening with our kids.
The sports ward banquet was excellent, as usual.
And our new inductees to the National Honor Society.
Yep, that's all right.
So congratulations all around to everybody. Keep up the good work.
Excellent. All right. Now you're up.
Thank you. So thank you for shifting things. I appreciate it. I think I'm just here for clarification. I know I've had several conversations with both Mr. Lanigan and Mr. I know you want me to call you Mike, right, Mike?
That's right.
Okay. So I think it was just to provide some clarification about the New York trip. I know there were some concerns about ties to curriculum, the 3 days out of, because they are academic days. So I'm here to just answer any questions. I did provide some information to both Mike and Bill. Did everyone get it? I don't know if anyone has that. Oh, good. Okay. So I'm just here to answer questions and clarify.
Well, that was one of the biggest questions or concerns, is where it ties into what curriculum. That's the first thing.
It's all of them, actually. It's a lot of them. So Ms. Freeman, and I'm not sure if you are privy to this yet, but Ms. Freeman and I put together a list of ties, things that we've done over the last 15 years, how they tie to different areas of curriculum, whether it's American history, world history, art, architecture, literature, the arts, theater, all that. So it changes every year. I mean, I think the things that are constant in the 3 days, is the trip to the theater. But we change up the museums every year. One year we did a King Tut exhibit. The kids were able to see artifacts that were over 3,000 years old. It was amazing. So we try to get a different sampling of the city itself. We do the not the Empire State Building, Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island. This time we're going to be at 2 different museums. One is the Museum of Natural History. We're also doing the Metropolitan. No, we're not doing the Met this year. Sorry, I'm getting them confused. It's been a long 15 years. The Museum of Modern Art this year. And, throughout, over the course of the years, the shows have changed. This year we have a different sampling of shows than we did last year. And it started out as a Les Mis thing. Ms. Freeman, actually, 15 years ago, started going down for a couple of days, and she would do the whole museum tour and the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island. And I would meet her on the second day, and we would go down for the day, and mostly it was a trip to go see Les Miserables. It was on Broadway for years. And that is a novel that I teach and read with my students. Well, then it kind of evolved. So Ms. Freeman and I collaborated shortly thereafter, and we decided to incorporate all of these different elements from, varying studies from, throughout the school, and now we just have this amazing experience where they're seeing, the culture itself in New York is an amazing experience. And they're just seeing little pieces of it during those 3 days. So it's hard to just tie it to one aspect of the school. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I also understand it's open up to like basically the entire school, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And there have been several kids who've gone like more than once.
Yep.
It's no longer tied into the play that it originally originated as, so why not Boston for like one day?
Well, we're doing that too. But that's after school. Yeah.
Okay, so then my next question is, and I have several, but why not April vacation then?
Well, I think
You
it's
could
a
actually
lot.
go on the bus with robotics, probably.
Excuse me?
You could go on the bus with robotics. You could drop you off and pick you up on the way back.
Oh, yeah, that's Detroit.
Right. I think over vacation it's tough, because then you're asking, it's a lot of work. I mean, I spend literally 9 months putting this trip together. It's not easy. And so to ask teachers to, they're working. It's not like we're on vacation down there. It's in fact, it's a lot of, poor Mr. Lonergan had to experience it last year. So it's not, it's not a vacation. And so I think that it would be hard for me. I would do it in a heartbeat. I'll throw that out there. But I don't know if I could get chaperones to, to do that.
And that's one of the largest concerns, is the disruption that it has in all the different classrooms, where you have kids being taken out of all different classes for 3 days. And it disrupts a class. I mean, because they're not there, then they have to come back and make up the work. Teachers aren't there. And you say that the only positions that have to be covered, I believe, is substitute for art and special ed.
Well, then I'd put like one class for me, because I'm a humanities teacher.
Yeah.
So we don't even have to get subs. And this is what I was explaining to Mike and Bill.
How about the nurse?
Well, the nurse we're working with, I think. The nurse is, yeah, she's been coming with us. I have had parents in the past that are nurses, ask if they could take that position. I don't know if that's a conflict with the district. I'm not sure, but I don't. I will say this, and I understand how it appears. I don't see it as much of a disruption. Teachers have. I don't think I've ever had a complaint from teachers. The kids know, and we meet with them several times throughout the course of the year, getting ready for this. The kids know that this is a choice that they're making. The parents have agreed to it, and they know that they are responsible for the work, for meeting with their teachers before they leave, and getting the work done in a timely fashion.
We've also decreased the size of it from last year.
Well, yes, yeah, and I explained this to Bill and Mike. Last year was an anomaly. I had never taken 100 kids down to New York. I will never do it again. And it was interesting, and I'm not sure why, but last year I remember, and the reason why it increased to that number was because I was I'd be walking down the hallway just to get to my classroom in the morning, and people would be handing me permission slips. Like, I would have 8 in my hand before I even stepped into the classroom. So it was just, there was an outpouring for it last year, but then, the reality set in when we were down there and we had 100 of our little children in the city. I will never do it again. So the number.
Welcome to my world.
Right? So the number has always stayed and been around 49 kids, because a coach bus holds 54. We've got 5 adults to the 49 kids. That's all I'm doing. So, and it's really a sampling throughout the school. So yeah, when you look at that number, 100, that's a huge disruption. That's what a quarter of almost a quarter of the school. So that, yeah, I completely understand that. That, I'm assuring you, will never happen again.
No, but I still question, we had conversations as a board, that why it's not tied in like similar to the middle school, where it's always the 8th grade that goes on the Washington DC trip. And why it's not the sophomore, junior, or senior year that this is offered to go on this type of trip.
We tried that. We've had that conversation before, and for some reason it just never took hold.
And I think one response to that is that if you took half of the junior class, that might be more disruptive than taking 10 to 12 students from each grade level.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that would be more effective,
Yeah.
or if it would require you to have 100 students going down,
Well,
because
exactly.
the whole junior class wants to take that trip.
So I keep thinking back to where you said how it originated, where, it's to go see a play that you were tied in with a piece of literature that you were reading. And so I think of Boston, that is has probably as many, well, not as many plays, obviously, as New York, but it's something can be done as a day trip, something can be done at a lot less cost, and something could probably be tied into something you're reading now. I mean, I'm not sure what's playing in Boston, but,
Hamilton.
They're going to see Les Mis in the spring.
Yeah.
After school. That's not during school hours.
Well, and it's not just, it's not just about the show. I mean, this trip has been life-changing for a lot of my students. And I just, I don't know, maybe because I've just been doing it for so long, I'm struggling to not see the curriculum connection across the board. I understand where your concern comes from. I mean, it's a lot different than Boston. There are so many different things that they're doing in New York. Do you know what I mean? Where history is tied and, the arts are tied and.
This is self-funded, so the students pay they cover their own costs.
Yeah, and I provide multiple fundraising opportunities. Like we just had 500 dozen Krispy Kreme donuts delivered to the school. So I mean, and the kids have been great. So a lot of times they can offset the cost by, we have a Patriots ticket fundraiser. We've got, so I try to provide.
Except for the substitutes. Who covers that cost?
But
Right.
that's true, but the fact that Mr. Sika teaches with her every day, so he'll take over the whole group of 52, and almost like they won't miss a beat. Does that make
but
sense?
it's not
That
just-
makes me
it's not
feel
just-
better.
But it's not just kids from her class.
Right, but can I just put this out there, because I said this to both Mike and Bill, and we don't make a big deal about this at the high school, but this is the reality. Over the last at least 10 years, whenever our counterpart is sick, so if I'm sick, Mr. Sika covers or Mr. Ballou covers. If Mr. Ballou's sick, I cover. We don't have a sub in the room. We never ask for compensation. We don't get comp time for it. We have saved the district tens of thousands of dollars in sub costs over the course of at least 10 years. So I understand that it's a cost, but I had to put that out there because that's the reality. We never have a sub in our room. We never ask for one. In fact, sometimes we're offering our services, and.
And I think that the bigger concern is, aside from subs, is, like I said, just the disruption in those students that are spread over 4 different classes, right? Because you have freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors going.
Yep.
That just what they're missing. It's different that if we're.
But they're also gaining. Yeah, I feel like they're gaining. I have students that have been in tears because they're just so overwhelmed by what they're experiencing. And they're high schoolers, and I mean, I have a child here, my son knows that if he goes on things like this, he is responsible for getting and making up his work. I mean, and if he doesn't, he'll never go again. So parents are allowing their children to go on this trip. So I don't know, maybe I'm old school that way, I don't know. I just would hate to see this trip go away. It would actually break my heart.
Do we have any other questions?
Can we hear from some of the parents?
Sure.
Mrs. Goldstein?
Amy Goldstein, West Pittsburgh Circle. As a parent, and my child's not going on this trip, so I have no skin in this game. But to me, education doesn't just take place sitting at a desk in a classroom, and I would be mortified if my kid went to a school who didn't allow trips like this.
Right.
And
I'll answer that from my perspective and some of what the board has said. It's not so much that it's a trip as much as it's like school-wide. It's not controlled similar to what we do at LMS with the 8th grade, where it's the entire 8th grade class goes, and the entire 8th grade class goes to Washington, D.C., and then it's planned out. I mean, Mrs. Gaspar said the same thing. It's like, it started because it was tied in with a book they were reading. And now it's evolved into like a 3-day vacation down in New York.
Not a vacation. Mr. Bork, and I have the utmost respect for you, but it's not a vacation, and I really take issue with that.
I'm sorry, not a vacation, sightseeing. And you're learning at the same time, I understand that.
I think my concern with it is less that it's, 3 days in New York City. I do see the value in that. I wonder though if there would be more value to it being within one class or within one grade level, or something for all of the juniors, that it's the junior class trip, and that's what we do. You know what I mean? Rather than 49 kids who can front $700 to go to New York and afford, can afford to take the time away from the classroom and can go to New York City. I know that there's value there, but I wonder if it was more focused and offered to more consistently.
If I say something
that
in
would make more
response to
sense.
that exact point. In high school, it's not really segregated, or it's less segregated by classes. In fact, we want to encourage mixing the kids in. Student council is made up of all of them, and they govern everyone. So having a trip like this is one of the few times they all can do something together, meaningful, make connections with people in other classes that they'll see in clubs, that they'll see at sports, that they see in Waterville for student council. They're all mixed in. They should be mixed in. I do not have, my son will not go either, but my daughter who graduated in 2015 went. She talks about it still to this day. And it was with Miss Gaspar. So it was invaluable, that trip. She went as a freshman and she went again as a senior. Cost is not an issue, obviously, if 100 kids went this time. So if anything, it's really cost effective to have a trip to New York in an environment where they're learning that the parents isn't taking. And April vacation, I think, would just prevent families going on vacation. This is an extra opportunity, above and beyond. So I didn't even know this was on the agenda. I feel very passionate about this, obviously, because of the direct impact. So I think it's encouraging another thing that they can do, not just one class.
Well, and thank you. And if I could just, say this about like the time missed. This was something that came up in our conversation. I mean, it's hard to hear that when our athletes are being dismissed at 1 o'clock during a season at 1 and 1:15 on a regular basis. But that's, and I understand the scheduling is an issue, but that's okay. Spirit Week, we've got 2 Spirit Weeks a year. The kids are shut down for the entire week. It doesn't matter if we say to them, you're in classrooms, Monday through Thursday, and Friday's the only day. No, that's not the way it works, because they are literally shut down. It's about spirit, and I think those things are important, and I would never ask to have those things taken away. I was an athlete myself. I think it's part and parcel with you're right, it's not just about being in a classroom, whereas that is so important, and I'm not minimizing that. But I think that to take this experience away, and I hear you about the grade, the specific grade. I don't know if in a school this size it would work, because we're small. But I think that if we're talking about like time away and the disruption, it's like we're disrupted all the time, and we just have to, like, we really are. We do, and we pick up the ball and we run with it, and I think if I really had heard any complaints from teachers and it was this ongoing, Achilles heel, please know I would not be here, fighting for this, and I certainly wouldn't be running it every year. We've become a finely tuned instrument, so it's we get our everything in place, and we make sure that our students are taken care of and our teachers are taken care of in terms of those kids that are out of the classroom.
If you had a big response this year, how would you narrow it down to only accept?
It's first come, first serve.
First come, first.
Yeah,
So, it wouldn't
so
be
I have
like
49
first timers first. Get in first.
It's really hard to do it that way because, there are some students that just get to me at first, and I go to the entire school. I want you to know I'm hitting every classroom multiple times. So it's really, it's really a matter of who gets their forms in first. And I don't know if I could turn kids away because in the hopes that a first timer would join. Because I'm up against deadlines too, because we have theater tickets we've got to pay for, and they only give you a small window. And I mean, there are a lot of moving parts, so we talked about that. I don't know if we had come to a.
We had made a clear decision on it. We had talked about, do you allow first timers to have first opportunities and then open up a sub-school or put a waiting list there. And I don't, I brought students from Spain to New York City about 25 years ago. amazing experience. There's nothing like going to New York and seeing that city. And I'm not a New Yorker. I'm not a fan. I get overwhelmed by Times Square. I will tell you that it is so different from Boston. And that piece is, it's different on such a crazy, large, amazing scale, but it's also different in terms of Ellis Island and kids having a chance to look at ancestry.
And I'm gonna let Mr. Norton talk though, because he's raised his hand about 10 times. So.
My son went on the trip last year, he still talks about it to this day. It was not a disruption in his class schedule. He still just got on National Honor Society. His grades were very high. It was never a disruption. It's the kids want to go, they understand they have to do the work to be able to go, and they do. So.
I think my concern was the amount of time you were out of the classroom or the teacher. But now that I made the connection that your counterpart, the way you're supposed, Mr. Gingras can recite all of Romeo and Juliet, even though he's a social studies teacher, that Kelsey's partner and your partner would pick up the slack.
Yeah.
And that makes all the difference in the world, because it is true, they don't get subs, so they do know each other's curriculum in and out.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
I'm not going. I hate New York City. You can take
my kid. And I'm not saying, trust me, I'm not saying there's not a lot to see in New York, and there's not a lot to learn in New York. And I'm not certain that if it's really our responsibility to teach them that by bringing them there. And it's not just your class I'm concerned about. It's the rest of the cost to the district, what this costs.
Well, how does it cost the district? I'm confused.
Well, who else is going with you?
We need an admin, a nurse, and then
a para.
Well, they budget for like 4 paras or 3 paras.
It's only one, it said here. Well, that was for the 100 people. You need more than one para.
No, there were 4 paras that were indicated that the students were going to go on the trip, I think. Was it 3? It was 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Well, I'm confused. I don't know any of this information, and I'm running the trip.
This was from Devon's budget for special education.
Oh.
So, in that number, for example, we had a special ed student who was supposed to go last year, did not end up going. So, one para wasn't necessary.
For next year.
For that. So this is for next year.
Yeah.
Wondering, how many students are going to go and what do we need to plan for.
Because according to this, you only need one. 3 teachers, 1 admin, 1 para, and 1 nurse.
That's all that goes?
For 49 students.
Yeah, it's a 1 to 10 ratio, so, yeah. And again, for my classes and for Kelsey Sullivan's, you only need 1 sub for her elective and my elective, and usually that 1 sub is filtered out throughout the day, so it's.
What days of the week do you usually go? Is it Wednesday,
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Yeah.
So if you haven't considered going like on an April vacation, considered going like on a weekend?
It increases your cost pretty substantially.
It increases the cost, and again, I don't know about getting chaperones.
Well, there's the other challenge, absolutely.
And I can't, while I welcome any parent to participate, I can't have parents as chaperones only because, we're in the heart of the city, and it's very, we work on this for a long time, and I don't know. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that?
I know what we did last year. A lot of cell phone texting and communicating and processing back and forth. So I'm far more comfortable with staff who work with children all the time and who understand sort of different students, not their own children. It's helpful to have staff being the directors of that as opposed to parents.
I appreciate all the input, I really do. I came in thinking one thing, and now I'm like, well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know, I kind of feel like if it's truly self-funded, but it isn't, in that we provide, we do incur costs for the paraprofessionals and the 2 substitutes that we need. It's an elective field trip, kind of, it's like the band trip or the the robotics trip or any of those other trips that take place during the school year. Although the band trip is during April vacation this year, right?
But it's not, because in band, you have to be a member of the band. Robotics, you're a member of robotics.
But they're still from all grade levels. Those are extracurricular. So I guess I'm kind of looking at this as a co-curricular trip instead of a curricular-driven field trip.
It does. I mean, we talked about this when we met. It ties, the curriculum ties are very strong.
Right.
It's just not to a particular course. And we are in a competency-based model where our competencies are K-12. So it may not have the direct content for one particular grade level, but in terms of meeting the competencies, the trip supports it.
Do they have any kind of assignment or like a reflection or anything like that?
We actually talked about
We
that.
were talking about that, and I think we could get buy-in from, if I've got Johnny who's with me on the trip, but not in my classroom, but he's in Miss Sullivan's, or, whatever.
Right.
To maybe get some buy-in from the staff, if that's something that we, if that's going to save the trip, that's what I'll do, honestly.
We'd even talked about doing maybe like some bulletin board type reflection.
Yeah, that
pieces
people
so
can
the
see as
school
they
can
come
see.
through, or, yeah. So that's always something, that's always on the table, And can I just say this one last thing? If it is a cost thing, I think that, I just request that the board considers what I mentioned about the subs over the course of the years. I mean, we're talking probably thousands of dollars in sub costs that we have saved the school, or the district, and we have never once complained about it or asked for any compensation.
That's very, very true. And I know that in the office, when the sub-coordinator does this, she's very conscientious about taking that information from them and saying, oh, great. She can breathe a little easier because they don't have to cover those. And that's challenging right now. Absolutely. So what happens is we hire a sub and we book them all day long for everywhere else because we don't have to worry about 3 classes for Amy or 2 classes for Justin or Kelsey.
I think the substitute for the nurse is especially concerning, just because the rates for a substitute nurse are higher than a substitute teacher.
Yes.
So I think that's a consideration too.
Rachel has been good, as opposed to using Ready Nurse, which charges you a really high fee. She's got some nurse colleagues that have come in, who have come in for less than $300 and whatever dollars a day it is, significantly below that rate. So that's one area where we've been really planned ahead to make sure that we have coverage that isn't going to be the Ready Nurse rates.
I know a brand-new nurse in town who's in 6th grade, so when her kid goes,
She's a little young to be a nurse, isn't she?
No, who's a kid in
Is that
6th grade.
something the district would be okay with? Because I did have a parent offer who's a nurse. And
They go in nature's classroom.
Yeah,
Well,
okay,
Yeah.
so that they allow, you guys allow that? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Would they have to get like fingerprinted or anything like that?
Yeah.
They're designated volunteers.
So the district assumes liability.
Well, I've sent the question out to Primex, who carries our insurance, to see if what exactly we have to do.
Okay, because that's
So I'm
my
waiting
concern on that.
response.
We have parents who are interested in supporting
Right.
the Virginia trip.
Yeah. I'm interested in supporting the Virginia
Insurance
trip.
supports it, I support it.
No.
Okay.
So, I just want to clarify a statement I made when I said it's a vacation. It is a vacation from school. I don't think it's a vacation whatsoever,
From learning.
watching 50 kids in New York City. It's far from a vacation.
Well, and just.
So I just want to clarify that, because I
Thank
don't
you.
think it's just, you're just going to have, you are going to have fun. I understand it's educational, but I still have a lot of questions as far as the fact that it's so widespread through the 4 classes. And I know it ties in all different parts of curriculum, but generally one of these trips, and you said yourself, it began that here's what we're studying, here's what we're reading, and let's go see the play. And if we're tied in more like that every year that, you were reading a piece of literature where there was a play being produced.
But then it turns into like the poor kids that don't go to Washington DC, those 10 kids whose parents can't afford $800. I think that's even worse.
Well, I'm not saying that every child has to go. I'm just saying
But
tied
they
in
will.
like that.
Or Tommy will be sitting home by
Let's also keep in
himself.
mind that the district also incurred cost, I believe, last year, because the buses were underquoted, correct?
Well, no, the district did not incur those costs. I'm paying them back, actually, right now. I just deposited another $500 through my own blood, sweat, and tears. So, I mean, nothing, aside from the subs, really nothing's falling on the district. I guess that's why I'm struggling with this. And I'm sorry if I'm very passionate about this. I've been running this trip for now, well, it's been 15 years. I would say at least 12 have been the 3 days. And it's bewildering as to like why I'm now all of a sudden this is an issue. And believe me, I mean, you know, I'm going to stop because.
Anybody else have anything?
Do you need a motion or anything, or?
I'm not sure what we're looking for right now.
No.
So, the board had asked us to take a look at field trips K-12, right? So remember, this originated from the big document.
Yep.
I appreciated the opportunity to have a follow-up conversation with Amy because there were things that were on the sheet that were quoting last year, and I think the opportunity to clarify that and to bring it forward was helpful. But I go back to the original. I think this has been a fabulous exercise for us to plot it out, to take a look at it all. So now we have a pretty deep database of all the trips that exist. And but I don't know that we ever had like a direction other than can we do this, put it all down in one spot. So now we have that.
Okay. So we weren't looking to approve or disapprove the trip.
I don't know. I'm unsure about that.
Yeah, so it was a board request to map it out, which I think we've done. And then if there's direction from the board to do something further than the mapping, we would take that. But it's not, this clarification was really because there were a lot of questions regarding this trip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
So that'll bring us to our reports, and we'll start with curriculum.
Did we skip the minutes?
Skip the minutes.
Did I skip the minutes? I'm looking at them too, like, I'm sorry.
You can skip the minutes. I want to get home before 10.
No, that's not gonna happen. So we have minutes from October 20th, 2018.
Why did I say that out loud?
We're supposed to be at 6:20. Oh. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from October 20th.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. We also have a set of minutes from October 24th.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes from October 24th.
I second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Now we'll go to curriculum.
I think Kara has to abstain since she wasn't there. She has to abstain because she wasn't here.
24th.
Oh, from the last, okay. Thank you.
Look at me catching
Thank
on.
you. Yeah.
Abstain.
Right, curriculum.
I'm going to use this one.
I am going to do the data if I can get it to hook up, because I was unable to cast to that, so we'll see if that works. But I'm going to start with my update. Just quick overview of some things that are going on in the world of curriculum. PERC, we actually canceled the October meeting because what we were looking to do were to get some form approvals which have been approved from or revised and sent to building principals so that we can continue the approval process for new materials. Our next meeting was scheduled for the 20th, which is PD Day. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the 21st, which was, we don't have school, so we're bumping it to the 27th. Just a little update on our curriculum review and revision process. We had our first K-12 math meeting during the October late start. It was super successful. The groups came together, did a bit of a data dive into our current curriculum and some of the progressions. and came up with some action steps that are priorities for them moving forward, starting with reevaluating the competencies. So it was great, really happy, wish there had been more than an hour together, but I think we did a lot and had some really good conversation at that point. We will actually be working together on the November 20th PD day, and we'll be working as a K-12 group for that entire day. We've had a lot going on in the world of professional learning. We sent a team, myself, Bill, and a couple of the teachers from the high school, went to the NEASC showcase on October 17th, brought back a bunch of information on things like flexible scheduling options, fostering PLC collaboration, and I was super excited to see some of the teachers that were involved in that posting the resources that they got in their sessions to our staff PD drive. So that was fantastic. Our staff PD classroom. We are about to embark on a book study, as it was open to the entire district. We had 42 staff members across the district that signed up. We're going to be reading The Innovator's Mindset, which is a book by George Couros. Very excited to do some modeling through the use of Google Classroom as a tool to actually complete the book study. And I will thank Corey's wife for giving me that idea. The November 20th PD day, we have set that morning across the district to be working in K-12 subject-specific work groups. We are, in those groups, we are looking at such topics as, we're focused on instruction. For the majority of the time, we are looking at things as incorporating technology, differentiated instruction. We basically I put a quick survey out to staff so that they could give feedback into what their needs were by subject area. So most of that time is driven in that area, and then we will also be doing a data dive protocol using the data that we're going to see tonight with different subject areas. NGSX training, that was actually something that I attended last week. It's a science exemplar system. It's really focused on training teachers and administrators around inquiry-based and exploratory learning in science. But a lot of what I walked away with, not being a science person myself, was just some really great dialogue practices that we can start to model and incorporate across curriculum. So that was very exciting to me, and we did get to do experiments and all kinds of fun stuff that was a little out of my comfort zone. Assessment and grading and reporting met mid-October, and we spent some time looking at what had been set as common definitions and looking at the work study practices. We then broke into grade level groups to figure out ways to make those work study practices more applicable to what we are actually doing in the schools. So some of the things that we talked about was tying those practices to the core values that we use and the PBIS, things of that nature, so that it was more relevant in the classroom to both the kids and the teachers. Assessment-wise, we just finished up the fall testing for Ames Web and NEWA. We're beginning to do some data review with that information, as well as the SAS and SAT data that we are going to look at. Building principals have already started to review that data with their staff and faculty meetings, and we will continue to dig deeper on it. And that is curriculum in a nutshell. I'm not sure what order you want me to go in with this stuff. I know there's the approval of the curriculum review guide as well, and the data report. Which would you like first?
Whichever you'd prefer.
All right, we'll do the quick one first. The curriculum review guide, when I came on board, there was a curriculum review guide that had been approved by PERC and the school board back in 2016. When we looked at the way it rolled out, it was putting a lot of programming at the elementary level all at the same time. And one of the very first things that I found out through conversation at the building level and with teachers is that the last couple years the cycle had not been followed. So we went back to the drawing board with it, looking at a 4-year cycle basically for the revision of the stage 1 of the curriculum, so basically the competencies, the alignment. Looking at math, K-12 this year, ICT and Tech Ed K-12 this year because of the changes at the state level, and then some electives in business and facts. We'd move into, for next year, ELA, World Languages and Social Studies. The following year, science, art and music, and PE and health, and then look at the possibility of looking at a pre-K curriculum as the 4th year out. So in terms of the materials budgeted, we talked about this a little bit at Budget Committee, but for the next few years, we already have materials that we are already under contract for. So as we are looking, we'd be looking to provide more supplemental materials to support the curriculum, to help us shift away from programmatical teaching into more curriculum-focused teaching. So you can see the implementation there. I use the term stages 1, 2, and 3 because my experience is in a UBD format where basically stage 2 is your assessment development, and stage 3 is basically your day-to-day lesson planning. So just to keep you up to speed on that. So you would be looking at the year of implementation. We would start moving into stage 2 development and developing assessments to go along with the frameworks that are already created. So this is what is a little bit different in that the traditional every 5 years you do a massive revision of the curriculum is not a model that I think with the way things change so quickly is necessarily the best model. And so what I propose to PERC, based on my experience, is that at the end of the year we actually take time in whether it's the late start or a faculty meeting, and we have avenues for teachers to actually evaluate the curriculum implementation for that year, and then that comes back to be it PERC, be it departmental teams, and we look at are they valid requests for changes, are they not, are they things that have to be blown up, are they things that need to come back to the board. Most often in my experience they've been little tweaks and changes, and that way we can really just keep it as a constant living document, which is what curriculum should be. The resource revision would then go into basically starting after our contracts are up. So that's that in a nutshell.
So, just a quick question on materials. I take away the supplements, we're already on the contract as far as what they have. So when you get to like the 3rd year, science, art, music, PE, health, is that when you're going to review whether or not new textbooks are necessary at that point?
So part of the process when we go through with like math and ELA is we will start to look at things programmatically, so that when we get to that point that we may need to, when our contract is up, we'll be able to include that in the budget.
So will you be looking more electronically rather than hard books?
That is my goal, yes. Okay. I can tell you from a budgetary standpoint, there's not a big difference.
No, I realize it's not, but it's something.
We are one-to-one.
But it's something that dawned on me, like, in the last couple of days. My daughter's left her biology book behind. And have you lifted your daughter's biology book?
Oh, yeah. There's a reason she has one at home and one
My son's is at home, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But, they talk about, a backpack and back problems. I mean, some of these books that we have, it's like, the thing is, why, they have 2? So one at home and one?
I thought in biology they have one in the classroom. They share, and then there's one at home.
I'm just wondering, did he utilize that book that often, that it's always sitting at home?
I think one of the perks and the reason that I would really like to see us go more digital, on top of the fact that we are one-to-one and kids don't have to
And I realize it's
carry
not
books,
a great savings, but just the fact they don't have to carry a book.
But they also are updated. You
Right.
have the ability to keep it updated more regularly than you do a
Yep.
500-page textbook. So, yes, as we go through that, that is a lot of the discussion that I've already started having with some of these groups, and will continue to have.
So are we still we're under contract with math until 2023?
2021, so I may have messed that.
Oh,
date
oh,
up,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
So that should actually,
Okay. That's a little better.
yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
The
I was
res-
thinking the
I-
same thing for ELA at the I was just looking at the bottom. Those are the same. Okay, 2021. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And how costly are those contracts, if we wanted to get out of it?
Have to research that.
That's,
I don't know what
this
the
has
buyout
been-
is on them.
Yeah.
Can't be
It's kind of
cheap.
been a big,
Yeah.
trying to get a lot of that information put together from the
It'd be worth,
companies
it'd be
has
worth
not
looking
been-
into. Okay. It'd be worth looking into.
Yeah. Right? We should look into that.
Yeah.
Suturizaitis is, yeah. Mhm. Thanks,
And you need a motion for approval on,
I believe so.
schedule?
That was what it said
Yep.
on the.
I make a motion to approve the curriculum review guide for 2018 to 2022.
Second it.
further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. You have to look at the budget committee now, you know you have a new one, because I know they question that.
I was just going to ask Michelle to forward that, because
Just forward
somebody
it.
had asked for a
I know
copy.
I think
Already
they already
gave
have it.
Yeah, they already have it.
Yeah.
Yep,
I know Cindy was asking about it.
Yeah.
they already have that.
Let me see if I can actually get this cast up here. I am not, I'm having some issues getting this recast. No, this isn't showing up as an option for me right now. To pass to this room.
You check the inputs?
And it's not a, I don't have the option. This particular one is not showing up.
I'm at a blank, other than I
tried switching.
have the device on my desk, but I don't know how to connect it.
Well, there's one up there.
Oh, there is.
There's supposed to, there was the last time we were in here.
I didn't touch it.
We need to find a manual for this thing. See if they every time.
I don't know
When you
anything
say it's
about
up
it
there,
except
where is up
turning it
there?
on and turning it off.
On top.
You can see it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
Why it's.
that's the extent of my tech knowledge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it
Over
is.
here saying, oh, yeah. Sorry.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's not, 128 is not showing up as,
Do you have any other options?
this is what I got.
Yawning while presenting.
Did you just get up or something?
Can't help
A
it.
long day for you?
Oh, my God. PTO.
See if that honor society crew is still in there. I'm sure someone is tech savvy.
Jason will be here in an hour. He's here like the quick I do have a cord that goes over to the computer over there, the outlet over there. Can put it in, I have an HDMI adapter too. That'll work.
And we have the report, we can just follow along also, so
I'm just gonna go.
try it.
I had no issue presenting here, connecting to this one the last time, so I'm not sure why.
But we can just recess for like 2 minutes and while
Okay.
he's gone. So if anyone needs a break right now, we'll just recess for a couple minutes.
Stand up.
Do need a break.
from last spring. So what we will see are the New Hampshire SAS results for English and math for grades 3 through 8. The SAS science results for grades 5, 8, and 11, and then the SAT results, ELA and math for grade 11, taken during the school-wide assessment day. Just to give you a little quick overview of the reports that are included, there are reports, you'll see some bar graphs talking about Litchfield data across grade levels. We have our overall district data versus the data of our peer cohort that we had decided upon. You'll see the overall district data versus the state, the grade level data versus our peer cohort, and then one of the graphs that you'll see is our grade level data versus the grade level of students with IEPs. So what we are looking at in these charts are students that are at or above proficiency. So one of the things to keep in mind with this is that 2018 was the first year that we took the SAS across the state. So we do not have, this is baseline data for us. The SAS in English, science, and math replaced Smarter Balance. For science, it replaced the science kneecap. So you will not see year-to-year comparative reports because we're comparing apples to oranges. As we move into next year, we will start to be able to compare year-to-year. Okay. So what we've already started at the district level is, and at the building level, is really analyzing this data so that we can look at some implications for instruction and our practices moving forward. So you'll hear a little bit more about that as we go through. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the district-wide data. Then we're going to look at it by school. And at that point, I am going to ask the principals to talk a little bit about the next steps at the building levels. So what you have here is our ELA data across the district by grade level compared to the state. So you can see for the most part, short of a small dip in 4th grade, we are above the state average, with our highest peak being in grade 5. I do have the number breakdowns as we get through that if anybody is curious. They're not visible on the screen. So when we look at our cohort schools being Bedford, Bow, Hopkinton, Hudson, Londonderry, Merrimack, Moulton Borough, Pelham, Sunapee, and Wyndham. Those were the schools that we chose to be our peer cohort. Litchfield, ELA across the district compared to our peer cohorts, we sit somewhere right in the middle. So what this data is showing is our at or above proficiency in ELA district-wide versus the proficiency levels of our students with IEPs. So we do see a discrepancy there, and you know, Devin and I have had much conversation as to how we can begin to address that more solidly. We look at math. Math is where we do see a dip. We are at grade 3. We are well above the state, as well as at grade 7 and 8. And you will see we maintain close to the state average or dip down a little bit as we go into grades 4, 5, and 6. And then there is a larger discrepancy at grade 11. We look at math in comparison district-wide to our cohort. Again, we're on the lower end, but math scores compared to ELA scores are significantly lower across the state. Same graph again, our overall district scores for all students versus the proficiency levels of our students with IEPs. Looking at science across the district, pretty level. We are above the state average for students at or above proficiency in grades 5 and 8. We dip down slightly in grade 11. Same graphs. You can see it's almost a flat line across our cohort in the middle there. Very little difference from Hudson to Pelham in the district-wide science. And you can see we actually have closed the gap a little bit in science between our district-wide and our students with IEPs. There are other districts where the proficiency levels don't even register. Okay, so looking at next steps as a district. So we've already started analyzing the data at the district level, at the building levels. We've really been trying to work to dig deeper and make connections to the daily instruction and assessment. That has been a lot of the conversation at the administrative level. How do we do that? How do we tie in what our kids are being assessed on and make sure that they are prepared for the style of the test, the types of questions that they're going to see? We are continuing to look at best practices for all students, specifically looking at Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction and support. Part of that, in doing things such as the vertical alignment that we're going to be taking part in next week, as well as we are looking to really provide not only the curriculum revision support, but some instructional support in the area of math. Mike and I have been talking to bringing in Bill Atwood as a consultant that we're hoping will help with just instructional practice. We've asked building principals, we've talked about it at our leadership team about how to incorporate the interim and sample assessments so that the types of questions that students are seeing, the style of the questions is not new to them when they actually sit down to take that higher stakes assessment. And really working on how do we incorporate those style questions into our daily instruction as opposed to, here, take a practice, this is what it's going to be like. As we've talked about quite a bit, we're looking at our math curriculum and our progressions so that we make sure we are minimizing any gaps that there may be. Looking at from the reading side, we are continuing to look at reading in content areas. Content literacy is a focus at the middle school, but we're starting to have more and more conversation at all levels around that. And looking from the science lens, really building more familiarity and understanding of that inquiry-based science instruction so that we can, I know inquiry is typically one of the areas that we struggle with. All right. Looking at GMS. So these are organized by grade level. So this is our 3rd grade ELA. In that, we were at about 70% proficiency, at or above, excuse me. When we shift, math in 3rd grade was one of our highest, and that is we were at 76% at or above proficiency. You can see that puts us actually, for that grade level, at the top part of our peer cohort. We get into grade 4. Our grade 4 ELA dips to 54. We're at 54% at or above proficiency in ELA for grade 4. And then looking at math, again, we see a dip. It's 54 for math as well. That's seems to be common there. But even though we are dipping, we are still seeing there is a clear drop in grade 4 math versus grade 3.
It looks like that's the case through
across the cohort for the most part.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Thompson to talk about the next steps at GMS.
All right. I'll talk about the bullets and some of the things we've already done. This is already a week old, so. So we are going to continue to analyze grade-specific data. Teachers were given time on October 25th, the delayed opening, not only for this data, but the other grades don't use state assessment, but they looked at Ames Web and NEWA data. I have collected from all of the tutors, the students who are receiving support for Title I and district tutors through special education. We know who the students who are identified. We also have a list of the students who are getting enrichment support as well. All of that is based on various data points. So teams will continue to discuss realignment of instruction as needed to address gaps. All of our classroom teachers K through 4 are assigned to content areas for work on vertical alignment. So they're either doing math, science, social studies, or ELA and reading. So the two teams that have 5 teachers in them, there are 2 people from that team, but everyone is assigned, so they'll be working on that. We have some non-academic kind of things that we do consider. So we're going to take a look at testing dates. That came up at our faculty meeting last week. When we started with SBAC, the window opened in March. And our first year in particular, we did really poorly in math. We began with math testing, and when we looked at it, there was a whole quarter of the year, and what they are testing on is the end of grade 3 or 4 skills. So in year 2 of SBAC, we flipped the order. So ELA, they tend to be more generalized skills. Math is more topic specific. But now the other thing that has changed is that we have more technology, so we don't have to spread out the testing windows so much, because when we started we had 1 cart and 1 lab, and there was only 2 classrooms that had a strong enough signal strength that we could use the cart in them. It really gave us this testing window that went on and on. Now we have a cart for every grade level, so we can actually double up and put them all in grades 3 and 4 and the computer lab. And we have good signals all over the school. So this is kind of like a non-academic piece of it. The other thing is that just technology itself, we have, this is year 3, I believe, of grade 2 having computer instruction, and that does make a big difference. The kids are much more able, for example, to type a narrative on a state assessment. They have to do that as part of the assessment. So they have those kind of related skills that will give them more help. So Maura Clinton-Jones and I attended a webinar last Monday on using interim assessments through, what is it called? Something success, I'm sorry. It's
Demonstrated.
Thank you very much. Demonstrated success, yes. I appreciate 2 answers too, that's helpful. So demonstrated success on using the interim assessments. So I've already talked to the teachers about that, and this being something we're going to be looking at. We're trying to develop a little different mindset. It's always a one event test, but we're trying to think of this as kind of a performance and really develop the concept of rehearsing for the performance. So we're not teaching to the test, but we do want to give the students all the skills they need to do their very best, to show their best academic knowledge. So the interim assessments help them because they get used to the format of the questions and the type of questions. It also helps teachers because they get instantaneous formative kind of feedback on what are the areas that we need to work on between now and May when we do the testing. So I think that's going to be a really valuable tool. And we've been given the go-ahead to maybe stop some of the other assessments we currently are doing in the winter so that we have room for that. There's always a concern about using too much instructional time just doing assessments. So we have a little latitude here to make this work. So we hope that that's going to help with the results. I think that'll be really useful. I mentioned that all teachers are assigned to K through 12 vertical planning. We're going to be looking at and developing a plan for particular low-performing subgroups. So you could see that relative to the overall performance that the students with IEPs in all of the districts, but certainly in ours as well, do not perform as well. So we want to look at the supports we have in place for those students, including not only when they're identified, but leading up to that, because we use our tutors, we use the CAT team, we use Title I to provide support, not necessarily to students who are identified, but just who are struggling, beginning in grade K. We're going to look at the student supports in the classrooms, Tier 1, and through all of those things we have in place, CAT, SURFR, reading and math tutors, and special ed and enrichment. So all of those things I hope will help us not dip in grade 4. That's kind of the goal. So we see that that happened. So can I say one more thing? I did look at yesterday at the school profile sites. I'm beginning to look at other things at the high-performing districts, supports they have and those kinds of things. And certainly by reaching out, we can find out more about programs they have. But one thing that I did note is that we would go from 4, we have a different standard of class size for grade 4. So you did note that in all of the districts, grade 4 seems to lag. We go from 20 students per class up to grade 3 to 23 in grade 4. And last year, we had 91 students in 4 classrooms, as opposed to 5 grade 3 classrooms. I think that makes a big difference, and I just want to throw that out, because I know later we're talking about class size, so, yeah.
Hasn't fourth grade historically been a drop from third grade?
Yes, when we go back to kneecap, there's often a slight dip, you know. I think that is true historically.
Is that the content to some degree? Like, is there different content in 4th grade that, like, why? Because I noticed it's the same for our peer cohort. It's not just explicit to Litchfield.
Like I said, it's been like that for a while.
There's more,
Yeah.
there's the incorporation of more, like, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, fractions, decimals, that's all, there's a lot more coming together.
Same for 5th grade, I believe, too, right?
It's more of a combination.
Okay.
I think it's also true that by grade 4, there's more application of the primary skills that students learn up through grade 3.
Yeah.
So it isn't, you know, when I look at some of the specific areas where we're low, it's like drawing information together as opposed to doing basic mathematical operations. You know, it's drawing in literature, it was drawing from multiple sources and drawing conclusions on, you know, text and that kind of thing. There's more complexity often.
Okay. Moving on to LMS. We can see our grade 5 ELA. We are right up at the top when we look at grade 5 ELA. We're actually at 76% at or above proficiency. Little different story when we look at grade 5 math, and that is, we see a big drop there. Our math scores were at 48% at or above proficiency. But again, as we saw in grade 4, grade 5 also sees a dip in math across our cohort. Science, we're right there in the middle for grade 5. We're at 49% at or above proficiency. And in most across the state, you can see where everybody's bordering right around for the most part, with the exception of our bookends of Bedford and Wyndham. Everybody's right around that 50 percentile. We look at ELA, we see a slight drop from 5 to 6. We are at 64% at or above proficiency in grade 6 ELA, placing us right about the middle of our cohort. Math, we see a slight drop. We're at 44% at or above proficiency in grade 6. So, We look at grade 7 ELA, we actually see it pick back up. We're at 70%, and this will actually maintain 70% at or above proficiency in grade 7 ELA. We see we pick back up in math as well. We're up to 61% at or above proficiency in grade 7 math. When we look at grade 8, ELA stays the same. We're at 70% again. And we see a big swing in math as well. When we get to grade 8, we're looking at 67% at or above proficiency in our grade 8 math scores, which does put us at the upper end of our peer cohort. Science, we're at 48% at or above proficiency, but we're seeing, again, the trends that puts us pretty much in the middle of our cohort. Looking at the next steps for LMS, I'm going to ask Mr. Licklider to
Sure.
help us with this.
So you're going to hear a lot of common threads between GMS and LMS in terms of what we're doing and what we're doing as a district, as we've talked about. One of the nice things about digital testing is that the results come back very quickly. Though the state results were swinging around a little bit at the, particularly the middle school content-specific areas, we were able to start that analysis. Actually, they released preliminary results in the spring, and then I know teachers took some of that with them into the summer and now into the fall in each content area. So that work continues, and I believe we're actually doing a little more of that work next week as part of our PD day. Analyzing the scope and sequence. So what we do is look at not only the competency level of the curriculum, but also the indicators, and then how that lines up with the detailed reports. They used to call them, what was the language around the claims and targets. Now they just call them detail reports for the SAS. Really looking specifically at grade level trends. Just for an example, in grades 5 and 6, we see for geometry and measurement kind of a dip there, so that's something that we would look at and look to maybe adjust some scope and sequence around that area. So specifically, as we look at the detailed reports for each content area and grade level. As Mr. Thompson mentioned, the interim assessment in math and ELA, we are looking into that. There's two things that they offer on the portal. One is the interim assessment, which is more or less you can use as sort of a mid-year formative kind of check-in. You can also use it as sample items. They also have modular assessment items, which are very specific to content areas and grade levels. So you can almost look at units of study and concepts that you're working with students on, and you can use those. You could actually use those as sample assessment items in your classroom. So very useful to teachers, and I also was on that web training webinar last week, and they went through some of that in there. Being that we're one-to-one, I think, as Scott mentioned, as far as the testing environment this spring, we really love the SAS at LMS. We give it to every single student in every content area, and so middle schools really get hit hard with testing, as you saw. We test all these areas with every kid. So being one-to-one is going to make that very helpful for scheduling and more efficient. And I think that'll be a good thing come May when we're testing all these kids. We use a number of web-based tools already, and our RTI team, our chat team, we really try to drill into the specific kids and what their needs are and get a baseline and then target those areas. So we have a number of things we've used. We have a number of things that we are using, and we're looking at bringing in some new web-based tools for targeted interventions around the different content areas. Grades 5 and 6, as Mary mentioned, we are looking at how are we going to integrate more literacy into specific content areas, and how can we use the content literacy model this year to do that. And one of the things that we notice is that language is pervasive in this test in all of the areas, regardless of ELA, math, science. Students are they're asked to do things like interpret, justify, describe, explain, where language really is important, even in an area like math. So targeting some of those things in content literacy as well. I had to put this in here, but continue to promote the need for a math tutor and enrichment specialist. You know, some of the conversations just tonight, I think, highlight that is a need at the middle school, and thank you for your support on that through the budget season. So hopefully we move that forward. And then you might recall that we do an individual goal-setting process with kids in the spring, really around their results. We're going to try to make that more of a fall to spring thing, but it is really important that the kids have a context for the assessment, for the results, for their strengths and weaknesses, and setting goals. So we will continue to do that. We set both individual goals with kids around each content area, and then school-wide goals. We try to do a fun school-wide goal with a celebration around that. So at middle school, it can be challenging to motivate kids, particularly when you're doing multiple assessments. If we're doing 2 or 3 assessments in the spring, which sometimes we are, to get the most out of each student is something that we've done.
Okay, and looking at our high school data, again, this is looking at SAT for English and math and SAS science. So looking at our grade 11 ELA, our SAT, we were at 72% at or above proficiency. Scores are pretty high across the cohort, but we're right there in the mix with that.
This hurts.
Mm-hmm. Math is another story. Yeah. We are at 32% at or above proficiency. So we do see a significant drop from our testing results in 8th grade to 11th grade here.
Can I ask my questions now, or do you want to go through the whole thing?
Let me finish. There's
Okay.
only 2 more slides.
All right, that's fine. All right.
Okay.
I'm winding up.
I'm so glad Mr. Monaghan had to leave. So when we look at science, again, we are to the middle to low end. We're at 36% at or above proficiency in our science SAS scores as well. I will say from the 11th grade point of view, this is a much different format test, and I know it was the same at all levels, but there wasn't quite as much. It was kind of a last minute rollout with a lot of the information, and I don't know how that impacted here. I can only speak from my previous experience in my previous district, how we felt like we were scrambling a little bit when that.
As much as Bo, they're probably freaking out.
Yeah. Yes.
And
that
just
was very surprising.
A general comment on science, it's a brand new test,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And so even though we look at this and see, I don't know what our number is,
36.
something, that's higher than it's been in the past. So if you remember the old kneecap, the results on the kneecap, there was really a disconnect on what was being tested and what was being taught. So I do think this is better, and this truly is baseline because it's the first time a test of this nature has been given. And it gives us a lot of opportunity going forward at all 3 grades. There was also a shift, remember, grade 5. It's the first time it went from being a 4th grade test to a 5th grade. So that was brand new this year. So there's science we're making some adjustments on.
Okay, so looking at next steps from Campbell, their data and assessment team has been looking and doing some real deep dives into the SAT data. They started that last year, and we've done a few item analysis type dives and as a group run by Sean Conley. I'm also involved, as is Andrea Starr, who's our data administrator, our database administrator. I can tell you we have identified some areas in terms of just some basic test taking things that came out loud and clear when we did the SAT analysis. Things such as omitting questions and the types of questions. We're able to see the types of questions that students are omitting and really be able to target that. So those discussions have gone from the data team into the departmental level at the high school. They've started looking at some of the more specific question-based details so that they can look at implications for practice. as we've all mentioned, we're having district meetings in the vertical teams to really start looking at instruction K to 12, math being one of those focus areas. I think one of the big changes at the high school is the incorporation of the PSAT this year in grades 9 and 10, and as well as the PSAT for students in grade 11. It is going to, Bill and I talked about this right before the meeting, it really gives us a lot of opportunity to utilize the tools that are available through the College Board using Khan Academy to really target student need and with those skills. So they'll continue to review low-performing student groups with the assessment team and looking at directed study, utilizing their chat team for non-special education students and intervention recommendations. They're going to begin, as we are in many of the buildings, review of current Tier 1 and 2 supports. At the high school, specifically looking at the online textbook resources, Khan Academy, use of the homework club, teacher instruction, extra help, and to research and secure additional resources. They're examining the results from current SAT prep course students on the 2019 assessment to look at trends and opportunities to transfer successful activities to the general ELA and math classrooms. And the last piece being look at alternative schedule options within the current time frame and within the contract to provide time for intervention and PLCs for teacher collaboration.
Okay, so I have a student, as we're going to use my child, we all know my child in here, who is in advanced math, 7th and 8th grade. I'm going to say it, sorry Tommy, failed math 9th grade, failing math in 10th grade. What happens between 8th grade advanced, extra Shea Bishop star student to being tanking in 9th and 10th grade?
That is what we are looking at. That is why math is our top priority this year.
We're tied for last with our cohort. That's unacceptable. And I love the fact they're doing PSATs, but to be honest, my kid should be outstanding. This kid has been tested to death since he was in 2nd grade. He knows how to use a keyboard. He knows how to do all this stuff. He was fast-tracked to go into geometry. We won't even go down that road because that was a nightmare. That he is now in basic algebra 2 and he is failing again. This kid, 140 IQ, failing math. That's part of the reason why I'm here. This proves everything I've thought in my head and started to share with Mr. Lonergan after my last year. My son has run into a brick wall, and I am scared to death for my other son to come here next year. I'm questioning his math instruction for next year. And I'm sorry to the teachers, and something is wrong. I don't know what it is, and I know you're here and you're going to fix it, because that's why you're here.
That's what the plan is.
But that F is going to be on my son's report card for the rest of his career.
Liz, if every student was in the same situation as your son, I would say, yeah, we got a major concern as far as math. I'm not saying we don't have problems with math, but we can't take one student and say, okay, because of this one student.
Have you been on Facebook? I can tell you her
Okay, listen,
son had the same problem.
You'll have to wait for public input at this point. I don't care about Facebook, okay? I don't.
People are afraid to speak their opinions because of backlash.
But what I'm
from
saying is,
teachers.
let's just not singleize one person and
But
say the
I
math
wanna
program
know.
is a problem.
I'm not saying, my kid didn't have the person that's the problem. Something is missing in the way we teach our kids in grades 9 and 10.
And that, again, just...
It doesn't matter who's teaching it.
Reiterating, that is why we are looking at everything right now, K-12 in math. We're looking at the programming. We're trying to bring in additional support to help the teachers to better
It's not
instruct.
it's the stuff they're doing or how they're, I don't even know what Weebly is. That's what they use, Weebly. I don't know what it is. It's not Google Classroom.
No, it's an add-on.
Yeah, tool that they're not using. And I'm not using my poor son, who I've just crucified on TV, our kids are struggling in these two, and our kids, not just mine, 10th. We're tied for last, Brian. That's not the Litchfield way.
I'm not saying we don't have issues in math, but
We have huge issues in math. 75% proficiency in their testing in 8th grade, and then it goes down to 35 or 45%. That's a huge drop if we're talking numbers in cohorts. And I'm not blaming any teacher, I'm just, the vertical alignment maybe is wrong.
Right, and
You know what I
that
mean?
100%, and when we looked at this data right away, that was what jumps out, is there's a gap, there is an issue. We have to look at our vertical alignment and make sure that.
Like maybe we're not teaching enough geometry in the lower grades,
And that's,
or
and that's-
algebra, they're not
that's
ready
what
for
we've
algebra too.
Started to
Yeah.
look at, that's what we'll continue to look at, and it has to be addressed. I understand that is our task, that is what we are.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here, that's what
Awesome.
we're looking to do. All math all the time.
Well.
I
wouldn't go that far.
Textbooks, I'm glad that the fact you're picking apart questions is awesome.
It's all, when we look at, it's instructional practice. It's the tools that we are using to support our kids, to
Right.
support our teachers. And we have to evaluate all of that through this process, is what are we doing, what is best to get at all learners, and that's the bottom line, and that's a big focus. We will continue to.
This homework club isn't gonna fix it. Okay,
And
I'm
it
done,
might for
Brian.
some kids.
It might. Okay, I'm done, Brian.
you sure? There's only one question?
No, that's it.
So, my question and concern is, and it remains with SATs, because for several years now, our scores have been below the average. So now we offer a course for SATs. So I'll be curious as far as what the outcome will be, especially where you've already identified some things, what the outcome will be next year.
Correct.
Because if we don't see any type of result, or then I would say the class is exactly what I thought. It's not, doesn't belong there. Hopefully that class, though, is going to do what we need it to do.
Well, and I think by having the PSAT starting in
Exactly.
9th grade, those kids are going to have that same kind of format practice, so
Yeah,
they're
'cause not-
taking,
And we'll have
the
data.
test taking.
And I will tell
Right.
you.
Not everyone does well test taking, and the more repetitive you are at doing it, then the better you do become at it.
And looking at both ELA and math, there's a lot of conversation to be had about the number of omitted questions. And, I know, having looked at this data, you expect to see omitted questions towards the end of the test, when kids run out of time. We were kind of all over the place. We have omitted questions at all different numbers. So it's not I'm going to work, and run, I ran out of time.
Or a
It
certain, everybody
yeah.
missed this one.
Not so much everybody missed, but omitted. They're
Yeah.
not attempting them. So that was a lot of our conversation is really what are the skills, the test-taking skills that get us, the problem-solving skills that get us past the point of, that looks hard, I'm going to skip it.
Hopefully our class will fix that too.
Well, and I think some of that is grit and
Grit,
resilience.
yeah,
and,
that's the
you know,
buzzword this year, grit.
and seeing something and being challenged by it, but still trying.
And one of the things that is not articulated on here, but Bill and I have talked at length about, is how do we incorporate those sample type questions into our day-to-day instruction? How do we bring in, because one of the things that I can tell you from looking at the data is that in the areas that we skipped and performed lowest on in reading, were reading in science and social studies. So how are we bringing those classes in at the high school level to incorporate more of that type of analysis of informational text? So there's a lot for us to process, there's a lot for us to look at across the district. We need the time and just continue to.
So glad you're here.
I think there was a lot of forethought, though, in the district to start offering the PSAT in 9th and 10th grade.
Absolutely.
And as you see, the results are going to be released in December, so we don't even know the results of those yet. And, in my experience, sometimes kiddo looks at the score report and that's the end of it. Our job is to not allow that to happen, to say, okay, what do we do with this information? Because especially for a 9th grader, they have an opportunity again next year. And that's all in preparation for the junior year. So if we can really build this into a learning progressive experience for our students, I think that's when we're going to see an impact on those scores.
And I do think that one of the great things that we really, and again, Bill and I talked about this afternoon, that we really have to tap into both in school and also educating parents about it is the tie to Khan Academy.
Absolutely.
Because it will identify the areas where the students need support and provide that support. In that practice of those types of questions, of those types of concepts. So it's a great tool. The PSATs feed right into it so that as soon as they get their school reports, they should be able to log in and know how to connect.
Does the SAS have the same kind of link? But there's no PPS SAT?
No.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah.
When are they taking the PSAT class? Was it 11th grade? The SAT class? When are we offering that?
It's offered, I believe there's
Sophomores
and juniors in it. I believe there's actually a freshman in it as well
Yeah.
this year.
I think it first goes to juniors, if I'm not mistaken, then sophomores.
But that's not going to hit every student.
No.
No.
And, you know, we just have to acknowledge that that's one solution, but it's a small target.
Yeah.
Right.
We have to think globally
Yep.
to get these numbers to adjust.
All right. Anything else from Mary? No. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to just have the reports sit as they are, and people can read them online. Mainly because I wanted the two of you, actually the three of you, and I spoke to Bill before he left, just to be able to like add some communication to like the next two things we're going to be talking about. Class size, that affects both of you more so than high school. Then also the policy as far as naming, as far as buildings or portions. So with that, we'll just begin right with class size, which is our second reading of policy IHB class size. And I know there's been different things like just mentioned today as far as some people's thought process, and I'm glad the two of you are here because it's perfect timing to get your feedback as far as your thought process on class sizes.
And just a reminder to the board, the class size policy is one that's been in place for quite a period of time. If you look at the approval, it was in 2003. So these are class sizes that are there. I had shared with board members the peer cohort listing of what class sizes look like. The state class sizes aren't a great guide. They're very high, but those are kind of minimum standards. And then the piece that makes this new is on the back. We incorporated the charts that the budget committee, I think, had developed. I'm not exactly sure, but they were on a separate piece of paper that we kept trying to find. And I said to Michelle, why don't we just put them in the policy so that they're all in one spot? So that's really what we were bringing forward, was incorporating the action guide, the procedure, into the policy.
So I know the first conversation, I guess we can just start right at the bottom, and that's kindergarten.
I think 20 is too high. That's my thought. I'm going to stop there. Not that you
Scott's
don't
happy to
already
hear
know.
that.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. I actually met with a parent yesterday morning who came in. It's a parent who volunteers in the kindergartens. And she was talking about challenges in the kindergartens when they're using a centers approach. So I thought this was a great part of the discussion. We value having a centers approach where the students will work with both the classroom teacher and a para, and then they design some centers where the students are working more independently. So this is a really good approach, and I talked with a parent for almost an hour, and I talked about that we have a very thoughtful kind of release of responsibility beginning with preschool. In preschool, we have a teacher and a classroom para in each classroom with a class size limit of 15. Even though they have really big rooms, they have a lot of stuff for preschool. But, you know, we recognize that those very young students require a lot of hand-on, you know, direct support from adults. In kindergarten, we jump to 20 students per classroom, and we have a classroom para, which is awesome. And so I talked with the parent, and I said, while I recognize it's a challenge, we also recognize that those same students next year will be in classes of 20 without para support. So we really want them to use kindergarten to try to develop some of those independent self-management skills, right? Last year, Mrs. Harrison talked a lot about all of the social, emotional, and kind of school-ready things that make full-day kindergarten a desirable thing. But what was really clear in the discussion, and I'm actually meeting with the kindergarten teachers as a team tomorrow to discuss this specific issue, 20 is a lot. I know that the state standards for class size are really high, much higher than what we have. But in researching how we compare to other districts in the state assessment, I looked at the Department of Ed school and district profiles. So that shows us what the actual class sizes are, and that's why I mentioned our fourth grade. So in the profiles for the October 1st enrollment of last year, statewide, of 12,678 students, the average class size for grade 1 is 16, and we're at 20 as our standard. For grade 2, the average class size was also 16. For grade 3, it was 17, and for grade 4, it was 18. So I'll let Mr. Lecklider share the numbers for the middle school.
But that's class size,
So-
that's not what their policy is as far as what.
No,
class
but that's
size.
what the actual class size is. So I mentioned that we jumped from 4 grade 3 classrooms, where we had 16 and 17 students, to 4 grade 4 classrooms, where we had 23. I think that makes a really big difference as far as individualization and that kind of thing. So to go back to kindergarten, I think 20 is a lot. It's certainly better than the state standard and what's the maximum that's allowed by state law. But with the instructional model we have in mind, I think it's a lot of students even for a teacher and a parent to manage. Because when you do centers, for example, the other choice is to do more teacher-led instruction, but that's not giving the kids the chance to develop those skills. So when you have 20, what it means is that, a third of those students, so 6 or 7, are going to be doing independent activities. It becomes a lot to manage. And, the parent I spoke to mentioned that some kids then have bathrooming accidents or something like that. So it becomes really a kind of a real concern when you think about what kind of program we want to have 20. So that would be in my input for kindergarten.
And what do you think the right number is?
Well, I mean, certainly 18 is even better, 17. The state does not publish an average for kindergarten or preschool readiness, but I think that they're probably significantly smaller. I'm thinking that they might have 16 or 17. I did look at some of our cohort schools, because every school's profile is available at the Department of Ed, and they tend to be smaller. Certainly, some of the districts have very low enrollment in the cohort, so their numbers are not representative of what's typical, I think. But I would say typical is probably more like 16 to 18 for kindergarten. Given that grade 1 statewide is 16, I would think that that is the case.
In grade 1?
So again, the numbers, that's what the state does share. The average class size across the state in last school year was 16. 20 is, it is a lot for teachers. They're happy if they have 17 or 18, but I think 20 is, again, it's much better than the state, what's allowed. But I would think that a lesser number would be helpful. 18 would be good.
Do you think that with full-day kindergarten, giving those kids the benefit of a full day at school, so they have an opportunity, more of an opportunity
Yeah.
to have that how to be at school knowledge?
Yeah.
Levelize a playing field.
Right, so when they go
Yeah.
into first grade,
I do very
they
much.
already
Yeah.
have those
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah, and as we know from last year's work, we are still, most schools in New Hampshire, we saw the map, most schools offer full-day kindergarten. So, yeah, I mean, you can get by with a little more because the students, I think most of our students going into grade 1 next year will have been in school full-day kindergarten. Most will. And I think that's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, you still have those
Kids coming
outliers.
from everywhere, and
Yeah.
some not going to
Right.
kindergarten, someone here, someone there.
Right.
Okay, everybody joined in first grade, this one doesn't know how to add, this one can't spell their name.
Right, it's a kennel of puppies,
Yeah.
really.
Yes, I think that's true. So, I wouldn't want to answer the question about class size, I wouldn't want to jump to, we have to shrink it all. I don't think we know the effect yet of having full-day kindergarten
right.
until we have really tried it, so. But I do want to share what the state averages are, because I do think it makes a difference.
I think we should change the kindergarten number to 18. And everything else is fine. My personal opinion. I just think 20 kids is too many. Some of the kids aren't even 5 yet when they're there. Because you said that we're preparing them to be in classes of 20, and none of our kids have been in classes of 20, 18, 17, 18, first, second, and third. Maybe next year they'll be up to classes of 20. It will be, if we only have 4. No, we're going to keep the 5th teacher, right, for first grade next year?
Yeah.
So they'll still be at 18. 19, 18.
You lose the third grade teacher next year. The third?
Yeah. But there's still only 18, 19 kids in a class.
Our new projection, if I recall, is 10 more? Was it 92?
For what grade?
I'm going to have to, actually, I don't have the updated list.
First grade projection is 90.
90?
Second
Yeah.
grade's 95.
So that would be 5 classes of 18.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. And that would be adding 8. We're currently at 82 in kindergarten.
Yeah, the projection's the same as this year, 90 for first grade. I'm certain we'd all love to see, 16, 18 kids in the classroom, but financially, it's just not
Yeah.
feasible. So it's like, really, what is realistic?
Yeah.
What size classroom is, too big?
20 in kindergarten. You asked the question.
I did.
So what would that make our threshold be then, to add another kindergarten? It would be, where's that thing?
What do you mean?
I took first grade.
You mean if you go to 18?
If you go to 18, it's not, then it's 90 kids. 90 gives you 5 classrooms.
Right. I don't have a problem with changing the strive for number to 18 in kindergarten. I don't know what that does for this year, because then we're in breach of policy.
The what?
If we were to change that,
Well, it won't do
it'd be
anything for this year.
effective next year, right?
Well, actually, the next 3 years, its first grade is still predicted to be 90 at this point.
Right.
What are your thoughts, Mike?
I was doing the math, just to make sure that because you had said 90, I mean, 4 classes of 18 is 72 students. So really,
Right.
if you get above 72, you're then adding, and your average will be
Down to 16.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so the 18, if you put that at the striving point, the
I thought that's
question.
what the max was.
Yeah, the max would be 90, right, before you have to add a 6th. So, I think if you look at the peer cohort, and we went by policies, what do they have in writing? It was hard to find within our peer cohort, there were a lot of districts that just don't have a policy. So they're being driven by something other than a written established policy. But then we did find other districts in the state, and there seems to be a decreased number by about 2 in kindergarten. So districts by and large seem to be saying, for the newest students, let's start with a smaller class size and then we can bump it up from there. So there were a lot of 18s. There was a 17 in Concord, but I'd also point out Concord starts low, but then they have a 30 starting in 6th grade. And so, just keep aware that these are policies. I don't believe they really have 30 students in a 6th grade classroom, but that's what their policy has as a cap.
Right.
And I guess the other thing I would just say, you asked me what I thought. I mean, looking at the projections, we're going to be hovering around this point. So, if we're committed to it, putting it in the policy and then acting on that, it would certainly alleviate what we were doing this summer, which was watching a number creep almost daily and being worried about it. So this would have put it to bed a lot sooner. And finally, there are times that 2 have me outnumbered at home. I'm just saying.
I hear you.
There are times that 2 have me outnumbered at home, so I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
I've never been I need a pair.
Yeah.
So, Scott, I know that the end result was that our kindergartens would be more prepared going into 1st grade. Obviously, then it would snowball in the 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th
Yeah.
grade. Do you see it down the road, like you're concerned right now with 4th grade, size of 4th grade? Do you think like in a couple of years from now, if we've gone through a cycle, that burden won't be as difficult as it is right now? I mean, that's the hope, isn't it?
I mean, yes, but even if all of the students have the academic skills, you'd want them to going in, there's still something about the ability to attend to individuals, you know what I mean? And that's never going to go away. So, yes, it certainly is easier if everybody is right where they should be academically going in and you have a really homogeneous group. I don't think that's going to be a reality, given,
Has been before.
given human differences, yeah, so. But yes, I think that the more we can do early on, and that was the promise, and is the promise of full-day kindergarten, the more we can do early on with early intervention, and we do a lot. We have, in preschool, we don't even really talk much about that. But with that and kindergarten now full-day, I think that what I hope to see is the incoming grade 1 scores, because we test those kids, are really going to elevate, which gives them a boost up, for starting grade 1. Yeah, so I think it will waterfall kind of up.
And then hopefully they also have learned those independent work skills.
Yes,
And,
yeah.
how to use the bathroom, how to line up.
Yep.
So all those things they don't have to teach those starting over in 1st grade.
Finding both your mittens.
Zipping their coats.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
They haven't had snowy recess yet.
no, not a
Yes.
snowy recess.
Yeah, right, Friday,
Yeah.
yeah.
Today wasn't because it was too windy.
Yeah. Well,
It
it
was
does get
awful.
cold out there.
I was out there with the lady from the state, so, yeah.
I would like to make a motion to change the number to kindergarten from 20 students, the strive for number from 20 students to 18.
I think
I'll second it.
that's what you need to understand, though, is like, we change the number, but it's not necessarily going to be that's what the class size
That's what I
will be.
put strive
And-
for. But we did that for, yeah, okay,
It's also the budget committee you need to get past.
okay.
But we also have to look at it realistically, what's best for the child,
Have
as
some
we do
less
it,
into
as we do with,
yeah.
as we do with 1st grade.
Right.
But I'll say it again, keep in mind, we didn't start the year projecting or going ahead saying, okay, we're gonna put 20 kids in kindergarten. We didn't do that.
Right. Oh, I know.
I mean, there was a point in time.
But I don't want it to happen again.
No,
That's
but there was a
why-
point in time this summer that I had conversations with Mike. I was concerned we didn't have enough kids for four classes. Because that's the way it was trending. And next thing, it just exploded.
I think our focus has to be what's best for the kids.
Yeah.
And the budget implications have to be second place.
It does, but
know?
you have, that has to be a concern. When you look at the
No, it
total
is.
cost,
Yep.
when you look for a total cost to add a teacher and a class, so if you're looking at next year and you're looking at 80 students, you're probably going to stay with 4.
Right,
You wanna
but that's why
strive.
it's a strive for number and not a
Yeah.
hard limit. And yeah, it is a balance, but if our mission isn't to do what's best for the kids first and foremost, then
Absolutely.
we're in the wrong position.
Yeah,
May I
absolutely.
add something to this discussion? So looking ahead 2 or 3 years, my concern is really space at some point, because it isn't just about cost. You know, I have a contingency plan for if we have to add a 5th kindergarten, but if we have to go back to, after doing that, adding a 5th, 3rd grade, I'm not quite sure where that would go. So I just want to throw that out.
Right. Well, Tom will have room by then.
Right, we have a capital plan, right, Tom?
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Well, look, 2 years from now.
Yeah.
It'll be 5 every year.
So we have a first and second to change the class size for kindergarten from 20 to 18. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. So when we go through the middle school, thoughts on numbers?
Okay, so that's a loaded question. So I'll give you my dream world scenario and then the realistic scenario. Interestingly, though, as Scott mentioned, for the school profiles, the state average for grade 5, and I realize it's a whole state, so there's a lot of small districts and small schools, but grade 5 is 18, grade 6 is 16, grade 7 is 17, and grade 8 is 17. So it actually goes down as it goes from 18 and 18 in grades 4 and 5 to 17, 17, grade 7 and 8. That may be, there's a lot of variables at play there, but a few general things. First of all, and I've said this, you've all heard this many times, but, programming at the middle school is very different than an elementary school. And I always get concerned when I see straight numbers of students divided by numbers of teachers, and then trying to adjust a program to fit that mold. For a number of reasons. One is just at the middle school, content becomes so much more intense and rigorous, and students are going from a learning to read to a reading to learn. That content literacy, which we've talked about, becomes so much more significant as they move up through, in our district, 5 through 8. So just watching that transition from year to year to year through the middle school is really significant when it comes to the rigor. The other thing is that we've started to have to do is adjust our programming based on the numbers. So, to the point of what's best for kids, what's best programmatically for kids, I get concerned when we start making decisions programmatically only around numbers or around class size, especially at the middle level. To put another fly in the ointment, once you get to grade 7 and 8, teachers are very content-specific certified, which is an important thing that we have to report out on. So when we talk about areas like math, we need to have someone who's certified to teach math, teaching math, and our best math teachers teaching math. So that, in addition to a schedule that is much different at a middle school than it is in an elementary school, creates a lot of moving parts. And, I wonder, I don't know, but I wonder when I look at those numbers, 17 and 17 for grade 7 and 8, and, that average at the state, I just wonder, I'm concerned because I look at the projections and I look at the next 3 years, but then I look at GMS over the next 3 years, and things are getting back to that 100, sort of that 100 average, and that number. I'm looking at this 8th grade this year. They blew up to 120 kids. They went from low 100s to 120 in like 5 years. So that trend seems to happen. We get kids from St. Francis, and that trend from 5th to 8th grade is a pretty typical growth trend in the district. But I just don't want to make short-sighted decisions about programming when we know, based on projections, based on a lot of things in town right now, are changing and could impact that. And then all of a sudden now we have to go back to another program and switch to another program. So I get nervous about doing that. I know our staff does, because, I've said it before, our staff really, truly, they really believe in middle schools, middle level education, and so when we look at grade 7 and 8, and I know that's one of the topics is, grade 7, that is a challenge. It's a challenge specifically for a number of reasons in our school. One is the math is a piece that programmatically I think is really important and has served our students well. And you look at the data tonight, grade 7 math. And then the other thing is, as I said, the certification areas in grade 7 and 8, that changes. So, yet the reality, I understand the reality of, a budget and your guidelines and policies and what you have to work with there. I know the minimum standards around the state are, I think they're 30 for grades, most of the middle school grades. Yet, we're not making a lot of decisions in our district around the minimum. How can we barely get over that minimum line? We're trying to be the best, and so just a lot of those things that are playing out right now at the middle school. So as far as a number, or it's really hard to capture that. I mentioned that science thing, and I did find that on the minimum standards. It is 24, so 24 stations. So just in terms of the guideline of 25 versus 24, and I know the state and our peer groups are 25, I wonder how they resolve that when they report to the state, because I know we were dinged a couple times. I had to say we're 25, our average is 25 in certain science classrooms, and they need 24 stations, and FACS class is 24. So that's just one specific thing that we'd be up against with the 25.
It's minor, but that is under number 6, exempts.
Yeah, in the notes there, yeah.
But if our class sizes aren't 25, why are there 25 kids?
No,
in the
I'm saying
class?
the guideline is 25 for grade 7 and 8. Yet we really can't exceed 24 in a science class. That becomes a very challenging. The schedule of, if the average is
24.
24 and something, let's
Yeah.
say, if we were at that number, then how are we going to resolve that? We're going to have to let the state know that we are above the 20. That's one of the specific reports, guidelines.
Is that
we
the
have
same
to-
for 6th
criteria
grade?
in the report.
Is that the same for 6th grade? Is it 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah, it doesn't, it actually, it's if you have, it would be because you're in a science lab. So if you're in a setting that has stations like a science lab, then it would be.
Max 24, that makes sense.
So 6, 7, and 8. Same with a class like FACS or woodshop, tech ed, we can't exceed. There's OSHA compliance things there.
Sometimes depending on the space and the
Yeah.
workshop.
Yeah.
And I guess, I don't think this is the place to have the discussion with, middle school teachers. It's time also to look at a 5th block with a waterfall schedule where you maybe with language or PE or something in there, so you lower the academic classes, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4 on Monday, 5, 1, 2, 3, and
We
creative ways to change the schedule, so
Yeah.
you're seeing 5 blocks instead of 4, then you're diluting the classes a little bit.
We do have our UAs rotating. So the way we have our schedule right now, it is done in a way so that we don't have as big, so that the class sizes aren't as large. So our average class size is not take the total number of kids, divide by the teachers, the content teachers. There's other parts to it like UAs.
Yeah, but as far as the scheduling part, that's something altogether different. And you're right.
No, as far as your guideline goes.
But it is something we'll be discussing anyway for next year, because you're going to be having 80 kids going to 7th grade, and you're going to have 80 kids going to 8th grade.
Well, and-
So
and-
obviously something has to happen there. But really what we're looking right now is just class size. Are we, I think looking at the other numbers for the other classrooms, myself anyway, I think that we're in pretty good shape as far as what the numbers are. And I realize what the state reports isn't necessarily what, is policy for those schools.
I guess the only thing I'd question is, do we change it to 24, just to be in line with the state for science?
Yeah, but if you look at what the state
I know.
requirements are for it, it's like they're above. And what they'll tell you to do is team up 2 kids. There you go, now you're at 24.
But why can't we switch the 6th and 7th grade? Doesn't, forget it. I'm off topic. I don't want to go there.
I wouldn't be concerned with the state, what they're looking for in the class. So, does anyone have anything else as far as class size?
So 23, 23, 25, 25.
Yep. And high school's a totally different animal, and, next year or two, when their class sizes start diminishing too, that we'll be looking at just
23, 25.
as far as courses.
So based on this vote, we'll bring this policy back again next meeting with, we'll add kindergarten as a separate column on the front. We'll have to create a kindergarten chart separate from the K-3 chart on the back, redo the math to answer the 18 question, right? So we'll be back with all of that for final approval. I guess a question for the board, and somebody correct me if I'm off base, I don't think we've taken action on the concept of a 5th kindergarten teacher. And so we have in the budget, and Scott presented to the budget committee last time, all the materials and so forth, but the personnel piece will go tomorrow. So, we could certainly inform the budget committee that we've lowered this number to 18. We want to budget because we're anticipating greater than 72. So we want to budget for that 5th teacher. And make sure that they're aware of that. But I'd want to make sure the board was on board with us saying that for tomorrow.
I'll make a motion to have the superintendent present to the budget committee that we'd like to add a kindergarten teacher for next year.
Into the budget.
Pardon me?
Into the budget.
Into the budget, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? We already have all of the other components in there, and they question that too. It's like, why everything is here, but not the teacher, because we didn't have discussion yet as far as class size or which direction we wanted to go into. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained.
I just mentioned there's also the instructional para position that would go alongside it too, so we'd want.
That's right. We had both. We had
Yeah.
both that we would have to ask for. Yeah.
And I'll make a motion to add a para for kindergarten for the 2019-2020 school year.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. So the next bit, and I want to say thank you to principals for staying, so we can just have conversation as far as any thoughts on naming of facilities. We had a draft policy that hopefully didn't shock too many people when they saw it. It was there just to have a policy to start with, to start working on. I think if I'm not mistaken, go back to it. I think it just says we'll never name anything after anyone, period. But, I mean, that wasn't our thought process. It was like, all right, let's put something there and then start looking. And then Tina did some research and sent some information out on other schools that had different policies. And it was interesting because a couple of things I thought of after we left that meeting, and then in looking at some of those policies, they kind of like reflected on some of the things I was thinking of. I know Dr. Jetty sent some information out which kind of capsulized a lot of those policies.
I think we caught the key points that are in there, and I tried to lump it together, and I thought wherever we land in terms of a policy, sort of these 4 broad areas. I think there's 3 broad areas, and then I parse out in 4, so let me explain it. But the first is sort of determining what the eligibility should be. And we did see an awful lot of waiting period language in terms of waiting a number of years. And we could talk more in depth about that. I just think we need to make sure that we literally have hopped in a helicopter and we've gone up to like the 60,000-foot view. So this is not about a specific request. This is just about what is the right way to proceed. And so a waiting period is something that we saw pretty consistently. And I think history has shown why waiting periods are a valuable thing in some cases. And then really spelling out what is it about that individual that would have the naming go along with it, and being really clear about that criteria. The second big thing was process. I think that it's really important that it be a school-based process, that our principals be the ones driving it, that there be a very open and deliberate process done at the school-wide level that was very public, so that people can weigh in. And as much as some people can be very passionate about an individual in a positive manner, there can be people who say, well, wait a second, hang on, there's a little more to the story, and that has to be borne out before the board makes a decision. So I think process is really key, and part of the reason for doing this is to kind of slow it down and let that process play out. So you can see in here elements of what process could look like. The next thing brings us to this notion of naming and dedication. And we found examples where naming is sort of that lifetime commitment. Once you do it, there's a lifetime commitment to maintaining that name for the facility or the space within the facility. And the thought was maybe that's something that the voters would have an opportunity to weigh in on. So if you're going to make a lifetime thing, that's where you place it on the warrant. We're in New Hampshire, we vote on everything anyway. So an opportunity to have the public weigh in on it would make sense, versus the idea of dedication, where there's a time period. You know, we're going to dedicate this space for the next 7 years to an individual. And that allows it not to be a lifetime permanent decision. It allows somebody else who comes along later to also have an opportunity to have that space dedicated to them. A plaque that's then placed inside is not a permanent plaque that says this is, you know, forever named after somebody, but it says we dedicated this to the following person in this time period, and here's why. So you allow history to sort of work its way through with dedication as opposed to a naming. And those are just, again, ideas, things that we found in looking at this. Other districts in New Hampshire have done this, and we've looked nationwide at districts that have also taken a stance. So yes, we started with a starting off point, which was we either name nothing after anybody or we name everything after everybody. I chose to go with the nothing after anybody as a starting point. And now we have somewhere to go and to have the board sort of steer where we're headed, so.
I definitely agree that the first step would be for an individual to go to a principal first. That'd be my thought, because you would know the person the best. No different than any other situation that happens right now in the schools. It's you they should be going to first. Then from there, the superintendent, then from there, the board. And I definitely feel strongly as far as the idea of once it passes the litmus test of the school board, that it then goes on to a warrant article. But I think first then it has to pass us. I don't know if either of you guys had any thoughts on or past history.
I thought I was going to be able to take a dive on this one because it was not my school. So I just read this memo, and no, that's bad.
You're on.
And you're first.
Here's what I think when I'm reading it. I think it's really brilliant to have a process that is so deliberate. That's what I think. And I think that because when we lose somebody, it's a highly emotional time. That's what I think. And I love that it isn't forever. Our school is always going to be Griffin Memorial School as long until we build a new building. So I don't actually know. I'm embarrassed to say who Griffin was. But, you know, what if we did want to rename the school for some reason, or a room in the school?
Or my kindergarten.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think it's really great to kind of let humans heal after the loss of a person, and from there then have a really deliberate process that doesn't have to be forever. Because think of it, 10 years from now, there may be another person who really is worthy of naming the auditorium or a piece of it, and you wouldn't want to close that off forever. I think that's really great. So there's many things I like about this. I like this as process, and it's thoughtful and deliberate, and not done at a time of really high emotion because we lost somebody we're close to. So that's what I thought.
And Scott and Tom and I didn't talk about this, so I'm going to put you on the spot. But as a principal, is it better to operate and sort of fly by what's happening around you, or to have guidance from the board in terms of?
This is so helpful. I look at policies when these questions come up all the time, because it helps me frame a discussion, including yesterday, when I met with a parent about kindergarten size. I was able to look at the policy and talk about, the process that the board has thoughtfully put in place to kind of help allow for careful supervision of the really youngest students, and then let them develop. So yes, I think having a process outline is really helpful. So yes.
And I can tell you, Scott, I mean, you're dead on, because I had reached out to Cindy Couture, who was the school board chair for many years, who's the budget committee chair, and inquired, because I'd heard there was policy already in place, or, there was an agreement, there was something as far as we don't name parts of buildings. And again, she has no recollection of that and had never heard of that. But then again, expressed that's what the importance of policy is, so that the next board would have the policy.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't change the policy, at least there's structure and there's direction in what a previous board had decided they wanted to do. Because here we are right now as a board with no policy and no direction as far as what's right and what's not right. And as far as the emotional part, I mean, that was the first thought on the last two. It's like there has to be some time to decompress and just look at the entire picture. And it's not to say that one person to the next person's not worthy of having their name, given to that. But there has to be that time frame of, okay, let's like really feel this out. And like I said, I think it starts with the principal. That's the first place to go.
I completely agree that there needs to be a waiting period, or there should be a waiting period. My research, I actually spoke with the prior town clerk, Diane Jerry, who's somebody I really respect, and she said, Tara, there are so many things that we have to say no to for budget reasons. Is this really that big of a deal to name something after somebody? And I do agree that there needs to be a policy, and I think that this is a great starting point. Another interesting thing she said to me, which I thought was so true, is that, you think by naming something after somebody, it is forever, but really the memory of that person, you're not sure who Griffin is, who's Albuquerque, who's Charles Bancroft. I mean, they all got named after people, but, the name still lives on, but how do you really honor the memory of that person? And so I'm glad to see kind of two phases here. I'm not sure about the 7 years, if it feels like the right time frame, but I think it's important for people to have different options. Because it's not always, it's really, I came into it thinking it is forever, but it really isn't forever, Even the Whittemore School of Business at UNH, higher benefactor came in and they just changed the name of it, I mean, so I'm glad to have a policy to look at, I think there's been some great research done around it. I would definitely support the waiting period, and different ways for people to be able to be honored.
Tom, you've been around for a while.
I agree. I think, as Scott said, anytime, we're making decisions, and if there isn't a policy, it becomes very challenging. So having guidelines, having a policy is, I mean, in a case like this, certainly high emotion takes that emotion. You can go to objective sort of guidelines, criteria around it, and it's consistent. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I know some of the details in this are probably for discussion, but it's definitely very helpful. It would be very helpful.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
I guess the only thing I'd ask, we're going to look at this as the policy. I love the idea of the dedication. I just wonder if, to throw throw a name out there, Caroline will be here a long time. Should the plaque, after a 7-year period, 5, whatever the time is, should there be an area where it's put almost like a Hall of Fame or dedication area?
Wall of
So
honor.
that the next, if there is a next person,
Right.
it's not competed. That'd be the only minor thing I'd bring up.
Yeah, I think from what I believe we saw with dedications is that they have the plaque permanently mounted, and you can then add to it.
Oh,
So
okay.
it would say who it was dedicated to for what time period. And so then it's permanently there. Versus naming would be, I mean, this is Campbell High School. It's named after a family, and that's permanently attached.
After 7 years, could the decision be made to continue with the same name for another 7 years? Like, if there's no one...
I don't think it's a name, I think it's the dedication.
The
is the whole idea.
dedication.
It's-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the policy can incorporate all of them. I mean, you could get an individual that you don't want to name a room after that person, but you'd like to dedicate the room. I mean, it would all be within that policy.
Gotcha.
And it says that dedication is limited to 7 years. So I don't really want to go take the person's name down after, 7 years, like, time's
So
done.
it's all in that plaque.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would be, the plaque would be permanent, so somebody could say, I mean, honestly, look at it with a lens of 50 years ago, this was dedicated to so-and-so because of such and such. It would be there. But you wouldn't be referring to it forever as the whatever space, right? So, and then leading you to question, who's that again?
Well, and that's just it. Like, let's say let's say this room gets named after someone. 7 years goes by, and there's no one else that you're looking to name this room after. It's okay, it just remains that. But in 14, 15 years from now, there's possibly another person that,
Yeah, that's what I was...
So is that a dedication or is that a naming?
That's a
I guess
dedication.
That's a
that's a
dedication.
dedication.
but I'm saying within a naming policy, you can have different segments that there's dedication and there's naming. And then who meets that criteria? And again, it starts with the principal. I use Phil Martin as an example, because that's like more or less like how this came about, like let's have a policy. I mean, Phil is different than Dr. Ange. I mean, he was here from the beginning, he was here from before the beginning, and I realize that he was here when there was like 4 walls out there on a concrete floor,
Right.
and then he built up the program. So he's a, it just,
Founding father.
founding father. And I suppose if I would look at which category he'd fall into, he'd fall into the naming category, not a dedication category.
Correct.
But again, I mean, that's what we need to work on as far as a policy, like where are we how do we put it together, and what is the policy? And, the waiting period, I mean, there are some of the policies that are specific that you don't even think about it until 3 years after death. They don't even talk about retirement, they just talk about death. So someone could, what I'm saying, so someone could retire and be retired for 15 years, and you still have to wait 3 years after that person had passed.
A lot of people would come to something for Mr. Martin.
Yeah, and 3 doesn't have to be the number either.
Right.
It's all up to us.
So this process that's outlined here is really for the naming portion, not what would be the process for the dedication portion?
I think it's both.
It's
I think
both.
it's the same process.
Okay. Yep.
They are then, so the principal will then come forward, and the principal will say, we're suggesting a dedication of this space for this time period, and then the board could act on that. The way I'm proposing that we write the policy, the board would take action on that. Because
Would
it's
there be a warrant article for, okay.
not on the dedication level.
Seems like.
I think that when you get to naming and you're
Then
talking
I-
about permanency,
Yep.
you're saying, we really believe this should be permanently named after somebody, known as that space forever.
Yeah, I see.
And that requires a stamp of the voters. Again, these are just talking points that we put out there. but-
I think that's an interesting take on it because, we are such a small town and these buildings, these facilities belong to the residents of Litchfield too. So I think that's valid. I think having it go to a warrant article is a valid point.
Yeah, well, it would come to us first, it would have to pass us first, and then go to the warrant.
Yeah, but I think having that extra layer.
Yeah.
We'll get a lot more kids voting.
Oh.
Yeah, they will. A lot of registrations. Put extra people on.
So does anybody have a feel as far as the amount of years? I mean, looking at most of the policies, 3 years is the number. I mean, if you look at the Hall of Fame, you have to wait 7 years after you retire. I'm just saying, I mean, it's all different numbers.
Can I make a point?
I'll let you make one, and then you have to wait. And then you have to wait for public
I'll
input.
choose my one. The 3-year waiting period is kind of contradictory to worried about forgetting who this person is, because the person who is able to share the stories of the person you're dedicating the space to are gone. So that's the part I have a problem with, is waiting 3 years when there's no one left to speak about who this person was.
Do you think everyone that knows the person will be gone after 3 years?
Well, the whole performing arts parent group will be gone. All the kids, all the students who knew Mr. Martin will be gone.
But I think there's a need and a good reason for a waiting period.
I do understand a waiting period. I don't understand 3 years.
Thank you.
If you're concerned about forgetting, I don't know who Martin was. Because all the kids who know Mr. Martin
So can I just add one thing to
are
that?
gone.
If that were the case, that we forget about someone after 3 years, that person didn't leave much of an impact on people.
I'm saying the people who knew Mr. Martin are no longer going to be at this school. And they will not be able to share the stories of Mr. Martin with the people who are putting the plaque on the wall.
So, I mean, you don't think that let's say 3 years goes by right now, that if we were having a discussion of should we name something after Mr. Martin, you don't think people would come and speak?
I do.
I do too.
But I think you're contradicting yourself when you say, we need to remember who these people are, but let's wait 3 years down the road.
But I think a lot can happen.
Sure.
That's why.
I just don't understand why it's such a long wait.
Someone else have a feel as far
I
as?
think part of the rationale for that waiting period, whatever it is that they do need to have a long-lasting contribution, to education and.
But if you can prove it before the 3 years.
Like, he was here for 17 years. It's from when he passed away that we're waiting 3 years. He's no longer contributing to education.
Liz, any thought? You must have one.
I'm half asleep.
Not even that.
No matter when you do it, I'm going to go for Phil. That's I will be here.
This policy isn't for Phil. It's a policy for.
No, well, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking happy thoughts about Phil right now. I think 3 years is a long time.
So again, we now have to take the memo and turn it into policy. So let me draft something, give you time to think about it. But if we said 3 years from completion of service or 1 year after death, so you sort of shorten that. So, somebody who then stays connected with the community, I mean.
I think it should still be longer.
So
Rob,
completion
you
of
feeling?
service, I like that.
Yeah, because that was.
Because
I
that
like-
was 2 years ago.
I like the breathing period.
The what?
I said, I like the waiting
Yeah,
period.
we
I don't
got
know if it
that.
has to be
Yeah.
3 years, 2 years. I just think it is a time.
Yeah.
Because it does go back to if, and I mean, I'm not trying to be harsh with this, but if 3 years is going to make it so people don't remember the person, then should we be naming it after them, I guess is what my, because naming is a lifetime commitment. So if you're doing that, I don't see where 3 years would be a problem.
And dedicating. no waiting
Dedicating,
period.
I don't have a problem with a year, because that's a 7-year. But if we're naming something into the life, I think 3 years gives people time to take a breath, look around. That's.
I'm not sure if dedication should be more than 1 year or not.
And I guess one thing I just thought of, which is kind of crazy, if you do put a warrant out there for a naming and it fails, does it automatically become a dedication, or does that have to be?
That's a good
It's just something
question,
that-
actually.
You just don't name it that. That's just it.
Start over again from.
We'd have to look at the time frame too, as far as dedication. Dedication is still just as big a deal as far as dedicating.
I think so.
I would honestly.
Still got the time frame.
If I had my druthers, I would prefer personally just straight dedications and have some type of Hall of Fame after the fact, just because none of us are going to be here in 30 years and know who else shows up and impacts the kids, and it's just, forever's a long time.
Yeah. And that's why you have to take it seriously and wait first for, the superintendent and the principal and decisions, and it's not like we're going to see one of these a week, so.
Well, yeah, you hope it doesn't become that.
No.
And I think 3 years is not a long time to wait, to make sure you wait out the period.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I don't feel 3 years is an exorbitant amount of time to wait.
Could I ask a question about naming? I was just thinking about Griffin Memorial School. So naming might not occur simply because of somebody who's worked in the district or made a contribution. It might be somebody who gives 100 acres of land to build a school. So in that instance, there's no waiting requirement. You know, I mean, that's what, would that be the, I'm asking, that's the question.
But it's different.
Press box.
But it's different.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was done in the past without a
Precedence
policy.
for it.
There's,
But what about like a financial contribution?
Yeah.
I think a financial contribution,
I guess you can look at the bricks outside. I mean, if you want to look at a basic level, I think my kids' names are on a brick outside because I gave $100, so I guess you could say we already do it. But,
but that's a dedication, not a
yeah,
name.
but the way I look at it also is those bricks are going to break. I don't think they're going to be there forever, and the names are going to be gone out.
The McDonald's are. They'll be there forever. I'll be repairing those $100 bricks.
I just don't want to give credence to the thought or the perception that a financial contribution is greater than a service
Exactly.
contribution.
It's not that it's greater, it's different.
That would have to be spelled out in a policy.
And-
That's
and-
totally different than naming and dedicating.
And we didn't get into that.
Yeah, that's
with
not even-
this.
Right, this
That's
is
a
just
whole-
for
And you have to
service.
think about if you want to get into something like that.
Well, I would like to have a new elementary.
Someone comes walking in now, plops $25 million down for a brand-new school, you're gonna name
Oh,
that
you name it
person.
Are you gonna wait 3 years?
Yeah, we have 3 years for it.
Coca-Cola Middle School.
Probably not.
Coca-Cola Middle School. And again, I think an item is different, you know, we got a scoreboard out there from Coke.
Well, then that's a different
But
policy,
they're unaccredited, so they.
right?
Yeah.
So do we have, but then we do a policy for service contribution or commitment to the district, and then a financial contribution is a different policy, or it's a sub-policy? Because that should be spelled out.
Well, it does say in there also, didn't it say something about core indoor facilities?
Core facilities, yeah.
Facilities.
A new science wing wouldn't be a core facility. Yeah.
What would a press box be?
Is there anything else we want to add, delete, take away from?
I think I'd like to see something
Drafted.
drafted and then kind of wordsmith.
All right, so we're going to take another stab at policy FF. We'll incorporate some of these elements. If anybody has specific, if there's something it'd be helpful if you told me you don't like something. So for example, I don't know where we're going to land on a waiting period, but I'm going to build a waiting period, and then the board can decide what the right level is. But if there's something else you really don't like,
And just because of some of the other policies we've had, do we need a disclaimer in there in case something was to come to light or revoke it?
No, I think with any other policy, the board can override the policy, so.
yeah.
No, I'm certain, once the first draft comes, then maybe things will add or delete.
So I'm going to try to incorporate most of this as is, because,
Yeah, which really encapsulates a lot of the other policies we've seen. It really does. You know, some of them are a little bit shorter, but some, for the most part, I mean, that's the criteria that they follow in naming.
I don't know if a dedication needs a set period of time, or if it's just dedicated to that person until.
We can name it.
Or the
Can you dedicate and then
name
The year of
Could the dedication
dedication,
be
you know?
the year it was
Placeholder.
dedicated and just
Dedication.
have the explanation, and then if you did add somebody else?
Right, right.
Yeah,
I
that's.
think there's still, you're saying there should be no waiting period for dedication?
No, I'm saying they're
limited.
not limited to 7 years, you know.
Just
Especially if
dedicated.
it's all
to-
gonna
Just
stay.
Dedicated
Year
until
of
somebody else comes
2018.
along.
Then a year later, you can dedicate to someone else.
Sure.
But it's still, well, no, you couldn't, because we had the 3-year, 2-year, it's still a process.
Right.
I think the rationale from what I read is that if you don't put a time period on it, people will latch onto it and think it
Start
is
perceiving it as
naming.
forever.
They'll see it as forever. So versus if you say, we're dedicating this from 2018 to 2025, you're giving a time period where that's reserved in that person's name. It could always be renewed. I think that's a great question, like what happens in 2025, but you're clearly sending a signal that it's not, it didn't go through the naming process, the more elaborate process.
That's true, yeah.
That's the only thing, I would personally just prefer dedications, but.
Right.
We'll be back with something. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything on school board goals you want to discuss?
So we're going to finalize principal feedback on board goals and bring it back on, the next meeting on the 28th.
Are we all set with the manifest?
No, it has 2 signatures on it.
I'll bring some.
2 including me?
2
plus you.
This side of the table has signed the
Oh my
manifest.
goodness.
You don't have it in there, Michelle, but this is public input. So I'll bring us to public input? No, the manifest is non-public.
Amy Goldstein, 1 Spicebush Circle. So if there's a policy of a 3-year or 1 year or whatever the waiting time is for a dedication for service, and there's no policy for a financial donation, how much money would we need to raise to dedicate the auditorium to Mr. Martin right away?
Nothing. Because that's not the way it works.
You said that a monetary donation would not require a waiting
a
period.
monetary donation for something.
Right.
So if you, like a new turf field out there would probably be dedicated, would probably have a name
So what if we bought a
attached to
new
it.
sound system for the auditorium, or
Then you
new
want to name the
seating
sound
for the
system, then you would name the sound
auditorium?
system after him.
Okay,
So
or
I'm
the
saying,
seating, what does it take?
I'm just telling you that a item or object is different if someone is donating that, and we don't have anything like that.
Okay, what I'm suggesting is that you also need a policy for monetary
And
donations.
that's what we talked about.
Yeah, and as well as service,
That's what we just talked about a moment ago.
right.
We already have a policy.
But
for
to
public
have
gifts and
no-
donations.
Right.
We already have
For
one.
naming?
Not for
Without
naming them,
acceptance.
but we have acceptance.
As far as acceptance.
But to have no waiting period for someone who donates money, and to have a waiting period for someone who donates their heart and soul for 20 years, seems a little,
That perception.
it's bad. It looks bad.
But again, we don't have anything
I understand.
that's saying that. And we will work on that policy.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Hi, Sonia
Hi.
Costino, 7 April Drive. I just would reiterate what Amy said, but earlier when we talked about, when Liz was talking about her son having difficulties with math, and you mentioned that she was just speaking of one student, I can mirror the exact same situation with my own student, 2 students, and straight A student, A, B maybe, and failing math for the freshman and sophomore year. She's a sophomore right now. Didn't have those issues before. We have a tutor once a week. She has an IEP for extra time, go to 248 during tests, still failing. It's a huge concern. She's stressed. She's stressed out. She's like, I don't get it, So it definitely is an issue, and it's not just for one student. It's obviously, district-wide, or else the test results wouldn't show what they are showing. And the other comment I wanted to make is, you made a comment that I don't know, can I go back to what we were discussing earlier? Okay. The New York trip was sort of like a vacation for the students. And I think you tried to reiterate that it wasn't a vacation for the chaperones and the teachers, because it's a lot of work, but maybe it still is a vacation for the students.
No, I said it was a vacation from her students that she leaves behind.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was referring to.
Okay.
And it's a little concerning also that, and that's part of it, with the students that go, they don't come back and do anything as far as with what they learned, right? Is that what we got, that they don't come back and recap or?
Oh, we did talk about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I think that, in my opinion, in my experience with my own children, I don't have a background in education. I just have a background in parenting, and I've learned along the way.
Same thing.
Yeah. And I had 2 very different students, very different.
And the thought process of taking a child out of the classroom and them possibly missing out on learning is precisely why I had to pull my son out of this school, because he's a different learner. He learns by doing. He would probably learn more in a 3-day trip to New York City about history and remember more than he probably would have retained in the 10, 12 years of history that he may have been taught in a classroom. That's just the type of learner he is. And I think that is the case for a lot of people. Even if they're, good learners in the classroom, the experience, learning through experience, far outweighs any time that they may have lost in the classroom. I think it's valuable. I just visited New York City for the first time myself this summer, and I'm not a fan. I don't know that I'll be going back, but the experiences that I learned, they touch all areas of learning. You can probably find some valuable learning in every subject that these students are participating in right now, from social economics to history to art and architecture and, in math, and you could just go on and on and on. I think the experience is invaluable. We heard from a couple other parents saying that, their students went a couple years ago or a few years ago and they still talk about it. That is the kind of learning that we want our kids to experience, to absorb it and remember it and have it be a part of their history. And I mean, I don't know, none of my students would be able to recite what they learned in a classroom being dictated, being spoken to from a teacher or reading in a book. Their experience is what stays with them and builds, their character and who they are and what they like. And, if they enjoy that or realize, no, I don't like that at all. I just think it's something, there's more to it than simply the loss of classroom time or simply the amount of money that might need to be spent to support a substitute teacher or pay for the nurse that's there, which from what I understand is quite minimal. So I would just ask you to consider that, the different types of learners that are out there and the different experience that this can offer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none. Thank you very much. That brings us into non-public. Say 91-A:311, to discuss the promotion or compensation of any public employee or disciplining of such employee with the investigation of any charges against them unless the employee affected, one, has a right to a meeting, and two, requests that the meeting be open, in which case the request shall be granted. The hiring of any person as a public employee, matters which are discussed in public would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person other than a member of the body of the agency itself unless such person requests an open meeting.
Yes.
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 Yes.